Chapter 4199. There might not be any in the star market. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He had stayed in a star market for a while and had interacted with many shopkeepers, but he had never heard of anyone selling the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill. This undoubtedly meant that even in the star market the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill was a rare item. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. "I know who to look for." Yuhi smiled and said, "Sister Lan?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Lady Boss definitely has the pill formula." Moreover, Yang Kai had originally planned to wait until the Nine Heavens array was completed before he went to find the Lady Boss. Without him, his current cultivation had fallen into an awkward situation. Without suitable resources from the Gold Row, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Lady Boss had stayed in the First Inn for a long time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and had a lot of precious information. Perhaps he could find out where to find the item he needed from her. Now that the Nine Heavens formation was completed, and Zhu Jiuyin had recovered some of his strength, the void had a strong ability to protect itself. Therefore, even if Yang Kai left, there was nothing to worry about. Without wasting any time, 3 days after Great Master Wu Yang left, Yang Kai made some arrangements in the void and set off. This trip was different from the previous one. Previously, Yang Kai only brought Lu Shui and Guizian, but this time he brought many people. The falling lotus flower that he had extorted from the flying flower boat was a large-scale secret treasure. It required many people to work together to control it. Most of the cultivator who came from the star realm were cultivating. Yang Kai simply brought Lang Qingshan and the rest who had followed him out of the great cosmological realm. Yu He and Guizian would also accompany him. With Yu He, a 6th-grade Kai Tian, holding the fort, no one would dare to provoke him. In the void, Lu Shui, Chen Tianfei, and Bian Yuqing stood side by side and said respectfully, "Farewell, true lord." Lu Shui and Bian Yuqing were fine, but Yang Kai didn't know why Chen Tianfei looked so bitter, as if he was an abandoned woman. Chen Tianfei had volunteered to stay by Yang Kai's side when he decided to find the Lady Boss. However, considering that he needed to take care of the gourd vine, Yang Kai did not agree. Chen Tianfei's fat face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Ignoring the resentful eyes of this fellow, Yang Kai nodded and plunged into the huge lotus flower. The others followed closely behind. A moment later, under Yuhi's control, the huge lotus flower's petals slowly unfurled. As it rotated, it turned into a stream of light and flew out. A crack appeared in the formation with a rumble, and the lotus shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Sigh. Staring at the void, Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Last time, Guizian and Lu Shui had followed Yang Kai on a trip and had both broken through. After that, he had asked the two of them to find out what kind of opportunity they had encountered. However, Guizian and Lu Shui both kept their mouths shut and did not tell him the details. They only said that it was Yang Kai's kindness that allowed them to achieve what they had today. Chen Tianfei, a 4th-grade Kai Tian, had been stuck for many years, but if he wanted to break through, he would need at least dozens or hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. If he could break through after going on a trip with Yang Kai, how could he not seize this opportunity? Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not agree. He could not help but sigh. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Tianfei turned to look at Bian Yuqing and said with a smile, "Second steward, now that perfected cultivator is not here, and Miss Yueha has left with him, I'll have to trouble you with everything in the void." Bian Yuqing said politely, "I'll need both of your help." Chen Tianfei said, "Of course. If second chief steward has any instructions, just let me know. I, Chen Tianfei, am loyal to true lord. If it's within my power, I will not refuse." "Then I'll thank you in advance." Chen Tianfei said enthusiastically, "If second chief steward has any questions about cultivation, you can also come to me. I will not hide anything." Lu Shui looked at him warily and said lightly, "I will explain to second chief steward about cultivation." Saying so, she pulled Bian Yuqing's hand and walked towards the central hall. Chen Tianfei was speechless. He sighed heavily and could only walk towards the gourd vine. When he arrived, he saw that the gourd vine had disappeared, leaving only a huge hole in the ground. His face immediately turned pale. "My little ancestors, where did you go?" He searched in a panic. Fortunately, after the Nine Heavens formation was set up, the formation was not opened. The entire void was a sealed space. Even if the gourd vine escaped, it could not escape from the void. The speed of the falling lotus was extremely fast. In just a day they arrived at the Star City in the Void territory. Every large territory had its own Star City. However, the scale of the Star City was directly related to the foundation of the large territory. In a large territory there were many forces, so the Star City would naturally be lively. Otherwise it would be bleak. The foundation of the Void territory was not very strong. It was only a second-grade force in the 7 Opportunities land. Therefore, the Star City here was not very big and the goods that came and went were not very rare. However, Yang Kai's trip this time, other than asking the lady boss for the heaven-opening pills recipe and information, he also had plans to buy cultivation resources. He still had 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills on hand. However, to the current Void land, the heaven-opening pills were not urgently needed. What was urgently needed were cultivation resources of various grades. Therefore, it would be best if he could exchange the 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills for cultivation resources of various grades. Since he had come to the Star City, he naturally could not let it go. It was also Yang Kai's first time coming to the Star City in the Void territory. The Falling Lotus stopped outside the Star City, leaving Guizian to oversee it. He then led Yu He and Lang Qingshan into the Star City. After half a day they walked out of the Star City. Within this half a day Yang Kai had spent a total of more than 100 million heaven-opening pills, all of which were used to purchase materials of the 3rd and 4th grade. In such a small Star City, there was no hope of finding 6th grade materials. This was because in the entire Void territory, other than Yang Kai's side, no one had the ability to consume such high-grade materials. As for 5th grade materials, Yang Kai did not plan to buy them. The gourd vines in the Void land were enough. They could be harvested once a month, and each harvest was enough to satisfy all the needs of a cultivator. After accumulating them over the years, it would be enough. Therefore he only bought 3rd or 4th grade materials. A set of 4th grade materials only cost 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and 3rd grade materials only cost 15,000. More than 100 million heaven-opening pills, almost all the 3rd and 4th grade materials in the Star City were swept clean. In all these years, when had the Star City in the Void territory ever had such a large transaction? Every shop treated Yang Kai as the god of wealth, respectfully welcoming and sending off his customers. Yang Kai did not buy materials below 3rd grade. For the 600,000 people in the Star Boundary, they had a very good reason. They had the entire Void land as their backing, so they could either reach the heaven-opening realm or reach the 3rd grade at the very least. The people Yang Kai brought from the Star Boundary were all carefully selected elites, so reaching the 3rd grade of heaven-opening realm was not difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could condense their own Dao seals. Countless venerable sovereigns cultivated painstakingly, but were unable to comprehend their own Dao, so naturally they could not condense their own Dao seals, and their achievements stopped there. Of these 600,000 people, how many could reach the heaven-opening realm in the end? Maybe 10%, maybe not even 5%, but it was the foundation of the entire Void land, so it was worth a large investment. A few days later they arrived at a Star City in another large territory. This large territory was called Flying Smoke Territory on the universe map. This was the large territory where Flying Smoke Hall was located. Originally, Chiqiao Land and Flying Smoke Hall were neighbors, so there was a lot of friction between them. If Flying Smoke Hall had not attacked Chiqiao Land with all its strength, Chiqiao Land would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands by accident. To some extent, it was Flying Smoke Hall that helped Yang Kai occupy the Void land. The Star City in this large territory was not much different from the previous Star City. Falling Lotus flowers stopped at the Star Field Ferry in Star City as Yang Kai, Yu He, Lang Qing and Qing Shan stepped into Star City. Half a day later, Yang Kai strode away under the respectful smiles of the shopkeepers of the Star City's large shops. Along the way he bought things. After 3 or 4 star markets, Yang Kai was left with less than 400 million heaven-opening pills. The heaven-opening pills he spent were converted into thousands of Tier 4 resources and tens of thousands of Tier 3 resources. Such a number was terrifying. Half a month later, Falling Lotus flowers entered a large territory called Graceful Territory. Using the universe map they found the direction of Star City. Under Yu He's direction, Falling Lotus flowers headed straight for Star City. Yang Kai estimated that after purchasing all the Tier 4 and Tier 4 resources in this Star City, it would be enough for the early stages of the Void land. As for the remaining heaven-opening pills, he was prepared to see if he could buy some Tier 6 resources. However, Tier 6 resources were really rare and had always been priceless. Ordinary people would not have the chance to see them. Once they appeared, they would usually be fought over. Perhaps he could go to the Star City where the first inn was located to take a look. That Star City was not small and might have Tier 6 resources. Moreover, he would need to keep some in reserve. After all, although there were not many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Void land, they still needed heaven-opening pills to cultivate. This was especially true for Yuhi, who was at the Tier 6 heaven-opening realm. She needed thousands or even tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills every day. Within falling lotus flowers, Yang Kai pondered for a while before raising his head, only to see Guizian staring at him. When their eyes met, Guizian hurriedly looked away. Yang Kai laughed. "Commander Gua, do you have something to say? If you have something to say, just say it." Guizian awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat bashfully, "Master, this lowly one wishes to take a few days off." "Take a few days off?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. "Where are you going?" He also turned to look at him. Guizian's old face reddened slightly. "Master, do you remember this lowly one telling you that this lowly one has a daughter?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment. After thinking carefully, he nodded. "I remember. You said you sent her to a place to become a disciple and cultivate." This was what Guizian had mentioned in the great cosmological realm. At that time, when Yang Kai gave out rewards based on merit, Lang Qingshan, Mangy Head, and the others had all chosen suitable cultivation resources for themselves. Only Guizian had reached the heaven-opening realm and did not need anything. Chapter 4200. Although Guizian was only a second order opening the heavens back then, he had been loyal to Yang Kai in the Great Void Boundary, so there was no reason for him to not reward him. Later, Guizian mentioned that he had a daughter and wanted to ask for some resources for her, and Yang Kai agreed at that time. Yang Kai still remembered Guizian's face full of pride when he mentioned his daughter, saying that her aptitude was countless times better than his. In terms of aptitude, she had the potential to reach mid-rank opening the heavens. However, Guizian was Crimson Star's great commander back then, his status was neither high nor low, and his cultivation was neither high nor low. Every day, he tasted blood from his blade and his future was uncertain. Perhaps one day, he would be beheaded by his enemies, so his daughter was not in Crimson Star but had been sent to a certain great force to cultivate. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart stirred. "Is your daughter's cultivation place in Graceful Grace's territory?" Guizian smiled embarrassedly. "Master is right. There is a great blood province in Graceful Grace's territory. This lowly one is old friends with Great Blood Province's elder Gu Jixin. Not long after my daughter was born, this lowly one entrusted her to Great Elder Gu's care." Speaking of his daughter, Guizian was still full of pride, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, this lowly one would like to take my daughter back to the void and teach her personally. I hope Master will allow this." Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is what I promised you earlier, so how can I not allow it?" Saying so, he took out the universe map and found that the Great Blood Province was not far from Star City. With Guizian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, "Go and bring your daughter back. This king cannot guarantee anything else, but the only thing this king can guarantee is that she will be provided with the best cultivation resources within her ability to bear." "This lowly one thanks Master," Guizian said solemnly, turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." Yang Kai called out again. "Is there anything else, Master?" Guizian turned his head and saw Yang Kai throw him a space ring. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Guizian found that there were hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills inside and couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Master, this is..." Yang Kai smiled. "You've been nurtured by them for so many years. Now that you're taking them away, you should at least thank the Great Blood Continent. Take these things as a token of appreciation. No matter what, you and your father are still people of the Void Lands. You can't ruin the reputation of the Void Lands." Guizian gripped the space ring tightly and said gratefully, "Many thanks for Master's grace. Come back early. Be careful on the road. We'll be waiting for you in Star City." Yang Kai waved his hand. Guizian nodded and rushed out of the falling lotus flower, heading towards the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After he left, Falling Lotus Flower continued its journey towards Star City. A short time later, the pair arrived at the Star City's Void Ferry. The ferry was bustling with people coming and going from time to time, and there were also many large flight-type artifacts docked around the ferry. After finding a place to land the Falling Lotus Flower, Yang Kai led Yuhi down, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Compared to other artifacts, Falling Lotus Flower's aura was extraordinary and its shape was unique. After all, it was a flying flower boat, a second-class great force, which had spent a great deal of resources to construct it. It was not something that ordinary artifacts could compare to. Even third-class great forces did not have such capital. In Graceful Grace's territory, only the Pure Swan Pavilion was a second-class great force, But even so, it was unlikely they could produce an artifact on the level of falling lotus flower. Many pairs of eyes looked over and were surprised to see that Yang Kai, who was walking in front, was just an Emperor Realm Master. The ferry was guarded by the disciples of the Pure Swan Pavilion. Yang Kai and Yuhi had to pay some fees before they could enter. Basically, every Star City was like this. The strongest force in the territory where the Star City was located controlled the Star City and guarded the Void Ferry. They collected some fees from those who entered the Star City, and all the shops in the Star City had to pay a fixed fee to this force. Of course, while controlling the Star City to reap profits, they also had to ensure the safety of the Star City. In the Void there were many Star Beasts. Once the Star City was attacked, this force would have to send someone to defend it. The Star City in the Void's territory used to be guarded by the Qiqiao Land's people to extract resources from it. However, after the Qiqiao Land was occupied by Yang Kai, the Star City was in a state where no one was in charge. It was not that Yang Kai could not see the huge benefits hidden in the Star City, but that he was powerless. If he wanted to station someone in the Star City, he would need at least a middle-ranked Kai Tian to oversee it. He would also need to send many disciples in charge of patrolling to resolve any disputes that might exist in the Star City. How many middle-ranked Kai Tian geniuses were there in the Void? Yuhi, Qin Tianfei and Lu Shui. Even if He was left in the astral boundary, there were only 4. Yuhi could not be sent out. Her 6th-ranked Kai Tian was the Void's greatest safeguard. It would be a waste of talent for her to guard the Star City. As the head of the Martial Hall, Lu Shui had the heavy responsibility of guiding the disciples in cultivation. Qin Tianfei had to look after the Gourd Vine. The Gourd Vine nurtured 5th-ranked power, and it would be difficult for anyone who was not a middle-ranked Kai Tian to look after it. He could not be counted on either. Among these people, the only one who could be mobilized was Qin Tianfei. Even if Qin Tianfei could be mobilized without the help of other low-ranked Kai Tian, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. Therefore, even though he knew that controlling the Star City would give him an endless supply of cultivation resources, Yang Kai could only watch helplessly. He could only make plans for the Star City in the Void after a portion of the Void's cultivator had matured. Fortunately, Lang Qingshan and the rest of the group had followed him for so many years, and a few of them were about to advance to Kai Tian. When the time came, it would greatly alleviate the awkward situation of the Void's lack of Kai Tian cultivators. Everything required time. Stepping into the Star City, Yang Kai swept through the shops one by one, and naturally bought large amounts of resources. Just like the previous star markets, the shopkeepers of the various shops were very attentive to him, almost worshipping him as the god of wealth. What made him feel surprised and pleasantly surprised was that in such a star market, he actually bought a 6th-grade resource. This 6th-ranked resource came from a shop that was not very large. It seemed that the shopkeeper had just gotten hold of it and was preparing to send it to a larger Star City to participate in the auction. However, after seeing Yang Kai's astonishing wealth, after probing a little, Yang Kai immediately expressed his intention to buy it. After a round of haggling, Yang Kai finally bought this 6th-ranked resource for about 17 million. When Yang Kai had just entered the Qiqiao lands, Daiyu had explained to him the value of various cultivation resources. At that time, Daiyu had told him that a 6th-ranked resource would cost about 15 million. However, this was only the most ideal situation. The reality was that 6th-ranked resources were rare and precious, so the price would definitely be more expensive. However, it would not be too expensive. After all, there were not many cultivators who could use 6th-ranked resources to cultivate. This had extremely high requirements for the cultivator's own foundation and Dao seal. 17 million was a fair price. The shopkeeper would not have to travel long distances and would not have to take a cut from the auction house. It could be considered a happy ending. For an ordinary cultivator, a 6th-ranked resource was precious, but for Yang Kai and the entire Qiqiao lands, a single resource was not enough to make up for future consumption. The 8 great emperors all needed 6th-ranked resources. After sweeping through the entire Star City, Yang Kai and Yuhi were not in a hurry to leave. In any case, Guizian would not be back for a few more days. The two of them simply found an inn to stay in, enjoying the different customs of the different places while searching for the heaven-opening pills recipe. 3 days later, in the main hall of the inn, Yang Kai and Yuhi ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, sitting opposite each other and drinking. Although Yuhi was a 6th-ranked cultivator and had a high cultivation base, she could not hold her liquor. After just 2 or 3 cups of wine, her small face was flushed red. Her skin was white to begin with, but now it was rosy as if water could be squeezed out with a casual pinch. This caused many cultivators in the main hall to secretly look at her, secretly swallowing their saliva. Yui could not help but feel annoyed. She secretly gritted her teeth, looking even more bashful. After drinking a few pots of wine, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he listened carefully. He heard a cultivator at a table say that Yun Xinghua was in seclusion for more than 10 years and he came out half a year ago. He actually really advanced to the 4th rank of Heaven Opening Pill. How enviable. Another thin cultivator said, he has been accumulating at the 3rd rank of Heaven Opening Pill for nearly 50 years, so what's so strange about him advancing now? Suddenly he lowered his voice. Moreover, I heard that this Yun Xinghua's aptitude was extremely good to begin with. Back then he was expected to directly advance to the 4th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, but later, under the interference of the Pure Grace Pavilion, he was forced to advance to the 3rd rank. The person who spoke earlier nodded. I have also heard of this matter. Now it seems that there is no smoke without fire. The second person coldly snorted. The Pure Grace Pavilion controls a large part of this territory. Although the old pavilion master was at the 6th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, he is old and weak and probably does not have many years left to live. Below him, the Pure Grace Pavilion does not even have a 5th rank Heaven Opening Pill. If that Yun Xinghua really advances to the 4th rank after he returns, who in the Pure Grace Pavilion can stop him? When that Yun Xinghua grows up, the Pure Grace Pavilion will most likely be swallowed up by the Great Blood Continent, and the Pure Grace Pavilion's territory will be changed to the Great Blood Territory. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. This Yun Xinghua, as the head of the Great Blood Continent, is indeed a rare character. Unfortunately he was born at the wrong time, what a pity. But now that Yun Xinghua has advanced to the 4th rank, I wonder what kind of attitude the Pure Grace Pavilion will have towards him. Will they try to rope him in or suppress him? What does other people's business have to do with us? Come, let's drink. Haha, that's true. Brother Lu, I heard that you recently obtained a new batch of beauties, is this true? I can't hide anything from Brother Sunday. If Brother Sun likes them, you can come with me later and take away whichever one you like. Then I will thank Brother Lu in advance. The two of them raised their cups and laughed. Chapter 4201. The cultivator at the table briefly discussed Yun Xinghua and the situation in graceful territory before changing the topic. There was no more valuable information. Yang Kai raised his cup and drank slowly, shaking his head. From their conversation, Yun Xinghua seemed to be the leader of the Great Blood Continent, and the Great Blood Continent was the faction that Guizian's daughter belonged to. Yun Xinghua's aptitude was originally not bad, and he had a chance to directly reach the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the Graceful Pavilion, he had no choice but to reach the 3rd stage. After spending 50 years in seclusion, he finally broke through to the 4th stage. Although he was a few decades late, he had still reached the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. However, different cultivators had different potential for future growth. If Yun Xinghua could directly reach the 4th stage, his limit would be the 6th stage. But now his limit was only the 5th stage. Although it was only a difference of 1 stage, this difference was often the difference between heaven and earth. When Yuhi was at the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, facing the 6th stage lady boss, she had no power to fight back. Now that she had also advanced to the 6th stage, Lu Shui, a 5th stage lady boss, would not last more than 10 breaths of time. People had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. This Yun Xinghua was born at the wrong time. Yang Kai could not help but think of himself. The lady boss had told him before that if he wanted to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens, there would be many dangers. Those blessed paradises would not sit idly by and would definitely suppress him. Otherwise, if he directly reached the high stage of splitting the heavens, his growth would be too terrifying. Since ancient times, in the 3,000 worlds, those who had the qualifications to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens had always been the disciples of those blessed paradises. These people had a unique advantage and were loyal to their respective sections. Those blessed paradises naturally would not worry about them overthrowing their ruling positions. Yang Kai was different. He had no connection with any blessed paradises, so naturally he did not receive any protection. Now it seemed that this kind of suppression of others was not a rare thing in the entire universe. If Yun Xinghua was already in Jinghong's territory, what about the other large territories? It was not a secret that Yang Kai had condensed rank 7 power. He had displayed the divine technique Dharma characteristic many times in the great cosmological realm and was on good terms with several disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands. After the great cosmological realm closed, those people returned to their respective sections. Their masters would definitely ask about the various matters in the great cosmological realm. Even if those people were grateful to Yang Kai for saving their lives in the great void realm, they would not be able to hide it for long. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had already been targeted by some of the blessed enclaves. He didn't know when a suppression similar to that of Yin Xinghua would come. This caused him to involuntarily feel a sense of urgency, as if time waited for no man. Unfortunately, resources of the 7th rank and above were too scarce. He still lacked the metal element and the yin and yang elements, so he had no idea where to find them. He hoped that the lady boss could show him the right way. He seemed to see Yang Kai's depression and silently poured wine without saying a word. After waiting for 6 or 7 days in this star market, Guizian still had not returned, which made Yang Kai feel that something was not right. He had also checked the map of the universe before. The Great Blood Continent was not too far from the star market. With Guizian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days, so how could he be delayed for so long? Moreover, Guizian also knew that Yang Kai was waiting for him. If he was delayed by something, he would definitely send someone to inform him. Now that there was no news and no trace of him, could something have happened? With this thought, Yang Kai no longer waited, but returned to the Lotus Flower Landing with Yu-He and asked everyone to control the Lotus Flower Landing and fly in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After flying for less than half a day, Yu-He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction, a look of surprise on her face. Yang Kai followed her gaze and saw a spirit province in the distance, but there were no traces of spirit arrays covering this spirit province, so it should be an ownerless spirit province. There were many such spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, and they were scattered everywhere in the void. However, because they did not have a deep foundation, some slightly stronger forces did not pay attention to them. Some heaven-opening realm masters, on the other hand, liked to occupy these spirit provinces and establish their own sects and slowly develop. If they were properly managed, perhaps many years later, these spirit provinces could become the headquarters of a 3rd or 2nd grade force. Young master, there are people fighting over there, Yu-He observed carefully for a while before suddenly speaking. In the vast universe, countless people fought and fought every day, and countless people died every day. This kind of battle was very common. However, encountering a battle in this direction made Yang Kai frown involuntarily. He could not help but think of Guizian, who had not returned for a long time. He turned his head to look at Lang Qingshan and said, "Contact Commander Gua and see if you can contact him." Lang Qingshan received the order and immediately took out the communication bead used to communicate with Guizian. After a while he looked up and said, "Master, Commander Gua is being besieged. The situation is not good." Yang Kai was furious when he heard this. Who is it? How dare they? There was no doubt that one of the parties fighting in the ownerless spirit province was undoubtedly Guizian. Without needing Yang Kai's order, Lang Qingshan and the others immediately controlled the Lotus Flower Landing and rushed in the direction of the spirit province. At the same time, they continuously used the communication bead to contact Guizian. Unfortunately, they did not receive any response. Guizian's situation was probably really bad, otherwise he would have had the time to reply. The spirit province seemed to be far away, but the speed of the Lotus Flower Landing was extremely fast. In less than 30 minutes, they had arrived at the periphery of the spirit province. Yang Kai and Yueha arrived outside the Lotus Flower Landing in a flash. Looking over, their faces could not help but darken. On the spirit province, Guizian was protecting a woman and retreating step by step. His whole body was covered in blood, and his breath was unstable. It was obvious that he was severely injured. The clothes on his chest were tattered, and there was a bloody wound on his waist and abdomen. His flesh was torn and one could vaguely see his squirming organs. He defended and retreated, and blood splattered everywhere he passed. The woman he was protecting behind him was only an Emperor Realm Master, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Guizian's. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Guizian, she was still tall and slender. 2 streaks of tears that had not yet dried up hung on her cheeks, making one feel pity for her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic and worry. Although she wanted to help, her strength was too low. She could not help at all in such a battle, and instead she was a burden to Guizian. There were 4 people besieging Guizian, and there were 2 corpses lying on the ground. The 4 people had many injuries, but they were all light injuries. One of them exuded the aura of the 3rd stage heaven-opening realm, and the other 3 were all of the 2nd stage. Guizian fought 1 against 6 and killed 2 of his enemies. However, at this moment he was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. The mighty world force emanating from his body fluctuated, and the power he exerted was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. He was no longer at his peak. On the other hand, the four people were despicable and shameless. They had already outnumbered Guizian, and now all of their attacks were aimed at the woman behind Guizian, forcing Guizian to divert most of his energy to protect her. When Yang Kai and Yu He appeared, they just happened to see the third stage heaven opening realm strike Guizian's shoulder while he was unprepared. With a cracking sound, Guizian's left shoulder drooped down, as if even his shoulder blade had been smashed to pieces. "Bastard!" Yang Kai angrily shouted. As the golden crow cried out, a golden sun appeared behind him. Scorching hot strength surged outwards as the golden crow forging sun appeared once more. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens as the blue dragon spear appeared. Yang Kai stepped forward and thrust his spear towards the third stage heaven opening realm. Before the spear arrived, the spear was already wrapped in pitch-black golden crow true fire, as if it could incinerate all things. At the same time, Yu He also released a fragrant caltrop, which turned into a whip and lashed out. World force surged as the aura of a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm enveloped the entire battlefield. How could the four heaven-opening realms besieging Guizian have expected such an unforeseen event? Sensing the majesty of Yu He's sixth-stage heaven-opening realm, all of their expressions changed. They were inexplicably horrified, feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk with a soft sound, the 3 second-rank heaven splitters exploded into dust and disappeared in an instant without even a sound from their mouths. Another muffled groan rang out as Yang Kai's spear stabbed into the chest of the remaining third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, piercing through his back and out his chest. As he pulled out the spear, blood splashed out as a huge hole appeared in his chest. That third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator stiffened, his eyes widening as he staggered forward a few steps. He tried to turn around, but before he could do so, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In front of Yu He, a newly advanced sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, 4 lower-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators were simply ants. If it weren't for Yu He's aura suppressing that third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Pooh! Guizian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he half-knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The sound of a broken bellows being pulled could be heard. Yang Kai quickly walked towards him. At this moment, the woman who had been protected behind him suddenly jumped out with a long sword in her hand. Although her face was pale, she stood firmly in front of Guizian. She clenched her teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Who are you people?" Seeing Yang Kai and Yu He kill people like flies, she was naturally frightened. Guizian gasped for breath. "Meow, don't be rude. This is the master I mentioned to you before." The woman was surprised at first, but she quickly put away her sword and knelt in front of Yang Kai, crying and begging, "Master, please save my father." Yang Kai raised his hand to help her up and comforted, "Don't panic with me here, your father won't die." He signaled to Yu He with his eyes and she immediately stepped forward to check Guizian's injuries. A moment later she took out a spirit pill and fed it to him, saying, "Although Commander Gui's injuries are not light, there is no danger to his life. He just lost too much blood and consumed too much energy. He will be fine after a few days of rest." Chapter 4202. While Yu He was speaking, Guizian's eyes suddenly closed and he collapsed to the ground. "Father." The girl called Meow, turned pale and cried out in alarm. Yu He said, "Don't worry, he just fainted." Previously he had been besieged and could have died at any time. Now that Yang Kai and Yu He had saved him, his tense mind finally relaxed. In addition, he had consumed too much energy in the previous battle and could not hold on any longer. Although she knew Yu He would not lie to her, Meow, still personally checked Guizian's injuries. After confirming that he had really just fainted, she sighed in relief. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she bowed respectfully, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life." "Thank you, Master." Yang Kai said, "Commander Gua is a member of the Void Land and has followed me through life and death for many years. If he is in trouble, I will naturally help. There is no need to thank me. This time it was my negligence." Guizian had only gone to find his daughter. How could Yang Kai have known that his life would be in danger? If he had known earlier, he would have gone with Guizian. With Yu He by his side, such a thing would not have happened. "What is your name?" Yang Kai looked at her. The girl sniffed and said softly, "My name is Gua Miao." Yang Kai nodded and called Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others to carry the unconscious Guizian back to Lotus Landing and settle him down. Yu He held Gua Miao's hand and comforted her softly. A moment later in Lotus Landing, Yuhi asked softly, "What is going on? Who are those people who made things difficult for you? Didn't Commander Gu go to Great Blood Continent to pick you up?" Guimiao should also know about the existence of Yang Kai and Yuhi, probably because Guizian had told her before. Under Yuhi's comforting words, her emotions had slowly calmed down. Hearing this, Guimiao replied, "Those are Great Blood Continent's deacons and elders. The third grade heaven splitter is called Gujishin." Yang Kai was shocked. "Gujishin?" After thinking for a moment, he said, "Isn't that your master?" Guizian mentioned this person a few days ago, saying that he and Gujishin were old friends, so he entrusted his daughter to him. Guimiao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. "I don't have such a sinister and despicable master like him. He almost killed my father." Yang Kai frowned. "What the hell is going on?" Guimiao exhaled softly and narrated the cause and effect. After listening to her story, Yang Kai finally understood the whole story. A few years after Guimiao was born, Guizian had sent her to the Great Blood Continent and had her take Gujishin as her master. Firstly, at that time, Guizian's environment was very bad, and the three great forces were fighting openly and secretly in Star City. He had sent his daughter away to protect Guimiao. Secondly, Guizian was only a second-grade heaven splitter and wasn't very strong. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, Gujishin was a third-grade heaven splitter and was stronger than Guizian. If Guimiao was sent there, she would receive better training. Guimiao's aptitude was not bad. Over the years, she cultivated hard in Great Blood Continent, and Guizian often sent her some cultivation resources, so she gradually rose to the peak of the Emperor realm. Before the Star City was swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, she was preparing to condense her own Dao Seal. Once the Dao Seal was successfully condensed, the next step was to condense the power of Yin and Yang and the five elements, splitting the heavens and earth in her body and reaching the heaven splitter stage. Guizian's cultivation was not high, a mere second-grade heaven splitter, but for his daughter, he put a lot of thought into it. He risked his life in Crimson Star and basically converted all his gains into various cultivation resources, which he sent to Great Blood Continent and gave to Guimiao. Since Guimiao wanted to condense her Dao Seal, Guizian was naturally prepared in advance. He had spent his life savings to buy 2 sets of 4th-grade resources and handed them to Guimiao. Once she condensed her Dao Seal, she could refine the 2 sets of resources. If the Star City where Crimson Star was located had not been swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, none of this would have happened. However, more than a decade ago, the Star City where Crimson Star was located suddenly disappeared. Even Crimson Star, Thunder Radiance, and Sword Pavilion, which had been entrenched in the Star City for thousands of years, disappeared without a trace. The whereabouts of millions of people in the Star City were unknown. At that time, this matter caused a great uproar in the nearby territory. Many people had gone to investigate the situation, but unfortunately they found nothing. Guimiao also went to take a look under the leadership of Gu Jixin, but she could not find any clues. Several years later there was still no news of Guizian, and everyone thought he was dead. At first, Gu Jixin still cared about their old friendship. Although he was not very partial to Guimiao, at least he was fair to her. But one day several years later, Gu Jixin called Guimiao over for a talk, repeatedly mentioning the 2 sets of 4th-grade resources that Guizian had given to Guimiao before, as if he wanted her to give them to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai was puzzled. Gu Jixin is already at the 3rd-grade Heaven Splitter realm, so what does he want 4th-grade resources for? What use do these 4th-grade resources have for him? Yuhi said, he probably wants to exchange them for 3rd-grade resources, then refine and absorb them to strengthen his foundation and improve his strength. Yang Kai asked curiously, what? Can a Heaven Splitter realm cultivator continue to refine those resources? Yuhi explained, young master has not yet reached the Heaven Splitter realm, so you may not know, but after a cultivator reaches the Heaven Splitter realm, it's not that they no longer have any desire for cultivation resources. Instead, their need for them will increase. Young master should know that the Heaven Splitter realm can strengthen one's foundation in the miniature universe world. Once one's foundation accumulates to a certain extent, they can break through. Yang Kai nodded, I naturally know this. Lu Shui had told him about this before. The most common and reliable method to strengthen one's foundation in the Heaven Splitter realm was to take a Heaven Splitter pill and absorb its medicinal efficacies. Apart from this, there were many other methods. For example, old ancestor Mou had set his sights on the demon territory, wanting to devour and refine the world force and laws of the demon territory. However, this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to taking a Heaven Splitter pill. The advantage was that it was faster. Taking a heaven splitter pill was a process of accumulating grains of sand into a tower. The advancement of each grade required many years of accumulation. However, if one could devour and refine the world force and laws of a cosmos world that was compatible with one's body, one would be able to obtain massive benefits in an extremely short amount of time. The disadvantage was that no matter how compatible the cosmos world was, it would definitely not be completely compatible with one's own miniature universe world. As a result, this kind of advancement had some hidden dangers, and one had to spend a large amount of effort to slowly eliminate them. However, comparatively speaking, devouring the world force and laws of a cosmos world was countless times more efficient than simply taking a heaven splitter pill. Apart from these two methods, there was also the most common method, which was to refine various resources of various grades. The reason why a cultivator could create a heaven splitter earth in their body was because they had accumulated enough yin-yang and 5 elements energy. After reaching the heaven splitter realm, they could continue to refine and strengthen their foundation. It could be said that a cultivator reaching the heaven splitter realm did not mean that they no longer needed various cultivation resources. On the contrary, their needs would increase. Only after hearing Yuhi's explanation did Yang Kai understand. It was not that he was ignorant and inexperienced, but that his current strength was not enough to come into contact with these things. When Guizian was present, even though Gu Zixi knew that Guimiao had 2 sets of 4th grade resources, he did not dare to make any moves. After all, Guizian had Qi Xing behind him. He was not afraid of Guizian, but Qi Xing was someone he could not afford to offend. However, Guizian's fate was unknown, and it was very likely that he had already died, so Gu Zixi did not have to worry about anything. Guimiao was from the Emperor realm, but she had 2 sets of 4th grade resources. This was no different from a child carrying a large sum of money through a busy market. It was natural for Gu Zixi to be tempted. That old bastard is really hateful. Commander Gua has really met a bad person, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Guimiao followed his words and said, that old bastard didn't want these 2 sets of 4th grade resources for his own use, but because Master is in seclusion trying to reach the 4th stage to open the heaven splitter realm and urgently needs a large number of resources. The old bastard snatched them in order to show his loyalty, so that Master can use him more in the future. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered some news he had heard in the inn in Graceful Territory. It was said that Great Blood Continent's Yun Xinghua had broken through and reached the 4th stage. Now it seemed that this was due to Guimiao's 2 sets of 4th grade resources. And then? Yuhi asked softly. Guimiao said sadly, that old bastard asked me for them, but these were resources that father had risked his life to accumulate, so how could I agree? I wanted to condense my Dao seal as soon as possible and then refine these 2 sets of resources, so that old bastard couldn't even think about it. Who would have thought that after I condensed my Dao seal, he actually forced me to refine a set of 2nd grade wood attribute resources. As she spoke, Guimiao's red lips were almost bleeding from biting them, and her eyes were filled with tears. For any cultivator, one's foundation was the most important. What grade of resources one condensed would determine what grade of heaven splitter one could reach in the future. Guimiao had been forced to refine 2nd grade resources, so in the future she could only reach the 2nd grade heaven splitter realm. Cutting off one's future was tantamount to murdering one's parents. However, what was done could not be undone, and she was living under someone else's roof. How could a weak little girl like Guimiao keep those 2 sets of 4th grade resources? In the end, the 2 sets of 4th grade resources were snatched away by Gu Zixi and given to Yun Xinghua, allowing him to break through to the 4th stage recently. Originally, Guimiao had already accepted her fate. After all, she was alone, so even if she was unwilling, what could she do? Unexpectedly, a few days ago, Guizian, who had been missing for more than 10 years, suddenly appeared in Great Blood Continent. Father and daughter reuniting after such a long separation was a joyous occasion, but when Guizian realized that his daughter had only condensed 2nd grade strength, he was both shocked and angry. He had clearly prepared 2 sets of 4th grade resources for Guimiao, and Guimiao's aptitude was enough to refine them, so why was it like this now? After asking, Guimiao had some misgivings and didn't dare tell him the truth. Guizian felt that something was wrong but didn't ask anything, instead feigning ignorance and chatting freely with Gu Zixi. Chapter 4203. That night, while the Great Blood Continent was unprepared, Guizian fled with Guimiao, learning of what had happened on the way. When he heard that his daughter was actually bullied in such a way in the Great Blood Continent, Guizian naturally flew into a rage. He swore to take revenge and seek justice for his daughter. However, he also knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he wanted to hurry back and find Yang Kai. Unfortunately, before he could reach Star City, Gu Zixin and his men caught up with him. If it was just stealing 2 sets of 4th grade resources, this enmity could be resolved. At worst, the Great Blood Continent could just compensate him. Now that Yun Xinghua had broken through to the 4th grade, his need for cultivation resources wasn't too great. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a 3rd grade force, they should have enough money to compensate for 2 sets of 4th grade materials. Gu Zixin shouldn't have forced Guimiao to refine a set of 2nd grade resources and condense 2nd grade strength in order to cut off her hopes. This was completely cutting off any hope of Guimiao's future. How could such a deep enmity be resolved so easily? The Great Blood Continent should also know this, so after discovering that Guizian had fled with Guimiao, they immediately sent people to chase after them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble. Although Guizian had broken through to the 3rd grade after refining a low-grade world fruit, how could he be a match for 6 heaven-opening realm masters? What's more, he still had to protect Guimiao. After a fierce battle, he was outnumbered and heavily injured. He knew that today was a disaster, so if he wanted to escape, he could only take risks and risk his life. Although he had killed 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening realm masters, in the end, it was difficult for him to escape. At this critical moment, Yang Kai and the others had come to meet him, and what happened next was needless to say. Great Blood Continent, very good. Yang Kai lightly sneered. When he had heard that Yun Xinghua had been suppressed in the Star City Inn and had been forced to break through to the 3rd grade heaven-opening realm, he had felt some sympathy for him. Thinking about his own future, he had even felt a bit of kinship. But now it seemed that this fellow didn't deserve the slightest bit of sympathy. Even though Yun Xinghua had no idea when Gu Zixin had snatched the 2 Tier 4 resources from Guimiao, how could Yun Xinghua not know when Gu Zixin had brought people to kill Guizian and his daughter? He turned to look at him. Young master, what are your plans? Not only her, but Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others also looked over. They had followed Guizian for a much longer time than they had followed Yang Kai. When they were in Crimson Star, they were Guizian's subordinates. Usually, Guizian took care of them and saved them from danger many times. Now that they saw the Grand Commander being beaten to such a state, and the Grand Commander's daughter being bullied like this, they naturally shared a common enemy, and their eyes burned with rage. Since he dared to touch my people, I naturally won't let him off so easily. Turn around and go to the Great Blood Continent. I want to find that Yun Xinghua and demand justice. I want to see if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts or grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The expressions of Lang Qingshan and the others shook as they immediately left. Guimiao was stunned and said gratefully and worriedly, Master, the Great Blood Continent isn't weak after all, and we only have so few people. Yang Kai smiled and said, The one beside you is a Tier 6 Heaven Splitter. What is a mere Great Blood Continent? Guimiao looked at Yuhi and covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had sensed that Yuhi was a Heaven Splitter, and definitely a mid-tier Heaven Splitter, otherwise it would have been impossible for her to kill the people from the Great Blood Continent so easily, she hadn't expected her to be a Tier 6 Heaven Splitter. The falling lotus flower tore through the void and rushed in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. At the same time, in the Great Blood Continent, the sound of a bell suddenly resounded through the sky, alarming countless disciples of the Great Blood Continent and causing them to look towards the central hall. A disciple of the Great Blood Continent solemnly counted the bell tolls. Only when the tolls stopped did he say with a pale face, The bell tolled 9 times. This is a death knell. An elder has passed away. Which elder? A disciple beside him said, Our Great Blood Continent has 4 elders, but none of them have reached the end of their lifespan. Did something happen to them? A third person said, I saw Elder Gu lead a group of people out. I don't know what they were doing, but they were so aggressive and filled with killing intent. Could it be that Elder Gu was killed? As they spoke, figures flew out from various parts of the Great Blood Continent and rushed towards the central hall. They were all Heaven Splitter cultivators of the Great Blood Continent. There weren't many of them, but they weren't few either. There were over 20 of them, and apart from the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters, the rest were all Tier 1 and Tier 2 Heaven Splitters. They held various positions in the Great Blood Continent, and upon hearing the bell tolls, they all gathered towards the central hall. Numerous figures flashed into the central hall. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat upright on the main seat. This man's hair was jet black, but his temples were grizzled white. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Great Blood Continent, Yun Xinghua. A tall and sturdy third-rank Heaven Splitter strode in. Looking around, seeing everyone's gloomy expressions, he frowned and cupped his fists. Boss, whose death knell is it? Yun Xinghua said solemnly. It was Elder Gu Jixin. That Tier 3 Heaven Splitter's eyes widened in surprise. How could that be? Yesterday I was drinking and chatting with Elder Gu and he was fine. Also, didn't he go to receive that Grand Commander from Crimson Star? Could this matter be related to that Guizian? Yun Xinghua nodded heavily. It should be. That Tier 3 Heaven Splitter flew into a rage. That Guizian has guts, daring to kill Elder Gu in our Great Blood Continent. Where is he? This one will go and twist his head. A man who looked like a weak scholar next to him said, that Guizian quietly left last night and is not in Great Blood Continent. The burly man frowned. Left? What do you mean? Yun Xinghua said, this matter is my fault. Elder Gu died because of me. This king has let him down. The burly man was puzzled. Leader, what's the situation? Not only was this burly man puzzled, but many people in the hall also felt like they had fallen into the clouds. Yun Xinghua said, wasn't this king in seclusion to break through? This consumed a large amount of Great Blood Continent's cultivation resources. My Great Blood Continent's foundation is shallow and cannot withstand such a torment. This king made a miscalculation, and at a critical moment in seclusion, I suddenly discovered that the resources I needed were not enough. This was so I could send a message to Elder Gu Jixin and ask him to help me think of a solution. If the resources were not enough, it was very likely that all my previous efforts would have been wasted. Inside the hall, the 20 or so Heaven Splitters all revealed looks of surprise when they heard this, because they had not known about this matter at all. However, Yun Xinghua was the leader of Great Blood Continent, and if he could break through to the 4th stage, it would be a huge boost to the entire Great Blood Continent, so although this was the first time they had heard of such a matter, no one felt that it was inappropriate. And then? The burly man asked. Yun Xinghua said, Elder Gu did not disappoint and sent over 2 4th stage resources not long after. It was because of these 2 4th stage resources that this king was able to smoothly break through. The burly man frowned. Although he had a rough temperament, his mind was smooth and slick. Faintly realizing something, he hesitantly asked, Leader, could it be that there was a problem with those 2 4th stage resources? Yun Xinghua nodded. Elder Guan's words are correct. The problem lies with those 2 4th stage resources. At the time, although I was curious as to how Elder Gu had been able to obtain 2 4th stage resources so quickly, I did not ask. After all, my cultivation had reached a critical juncture, so I could only focus on refining and absorbing them. In the end, I succeeded and broke through to the 4th stage, leaving seclusion. It can be said that the reason this king was able to break through to the 4th stage is because of Elder Gu's great merit. After leaving seclusion, I asked Elder Gu about the 2 4th stage resources, and Elder Gu told me that he had obtained them by accident a long time ago. I was very grateful and prepared to compensate him in the future. But who would have thought that 2 days ago, when Guizian came to find me, I realized that the matter was not so simple. Those 2 4th stage resources did not belong to Elder Gu, but to his disciple, Guimiao. Guimiao's aptitude is quite good, and she has a chance of directly breaking through to the 4th stage, so Guizian had prepared 2 4th stage resources for her as backup. Elder Gu was also aware of this matter, and after receiving this king's message, he borrowed those 2 resources from Guimiao, sowing the seeds of disaster. After hearing his words, many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall revealed strange expressions. They were not fools, and after interacting with Gu Jixin for so many years, they were well aware of his character. When Gu Jixin had taken those 2 4th stage resources from Guimiao, he had spent a great deal of effort, and it was not as simple as just borrowing them. It was even uncertain whether or not this leader had been aware of this matter beforehand. That Guizian came in search of a woman, and my Great Blood Continent received him well, but for some reason he fled last night. Elder Gu was afraid he would misunderstand, so he chased after him, most likely wanting to explain, but just now, a disciple reported that Elder Gu's soul lamp suddenly extinguished. Yun Xinghua's face was filled with grief and his heart ached. Not only Elder Gu but Deacon Xiong, Hallmaster Ran, and the other 4 also had their soul lamps extinguished. What? Everyone in the hall was in an uproar and they all looked around. Sure enough, they did not see the people Yun Xinghua had mentioned. Including Gu Jixin, Great Blood Continent had lost 6 heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although this kind of casualty could not be said to be a serious blow to Great Blood Continent, it was still a huge loss. Furthermore, Yun Xinghua's expression was grave as he looked around, slowly saying, Elder Gu, Deacon Xiong, and the other 3 soul lamps extinguished at the same time. Gasps rang out, and many of the low-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators paled. If the deaths of Gu Jixin and the other 4 had shocked them, then the fact that 4 soul lamps had extinguished at the same time was extremely horrifying. Extinguishing their soul lamps at the same time meant that these 4 had been killed in an instant, so they could not help but make many connections. Chapter 4204. Gu Jixin was a 3rd-stage heaven splitter while the others were all 2nd-stage heaven splitters. Their combined strength was not weak, so who could kill them in an instant? A 4th-stage heaven splitter couldn't do this, so the one who could was definitely a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Could it be that Zhao Baichuan personally took action? The burly man surnamed Guan's expression was also extremely solemn. It was natural for him to have such an association. Guizian was from Qixing and Zhao Baichuan was their great master, so it made sense for him to stand up for Guizian. Yun Xinghua slowly stood up. No matter who killed Elder Gu and the others, everyone in my great blood continent is very likely to face a great calamity. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. I ask everyone to work together with this king to deal with this calamity. Someone stepped forward and asked, Chief, you mean to say that after killing Elder Gu and the others, that person will come to our great blood continent to cause trouble? Yun Xinghua nodded. I can't rule out this possibility. The man said, even if the one who took action was really Zhao Baichuan, this person is only a 5th-stage heaven splitter. No one in my great blood continent is his match, but if he wants to attack this place it won't be easy. Yun Xinghua said, if it was just Zhao Baichuan alone, my great blood continent naturally wouldn't be afraid. With the protection of the Grand Array, even if he is a 5th-stage heaven splitter, what can he do to my great blood continent? However, it's not like you don't know the situation of Qixing. Just the number of mid-stage heaven splitters they have is as many as 10 years ago. Now that they have reappeared, their strength is likely not to be underestimated. The weak scholar from before said, if this is really the case, my great blood continent will not be able to resist. Chief, I suggest we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help. This Pure Grace territory is the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, and my great blood continent is also under their command. It is not Qi Xing's turn to act wildly. Yun Xinghua's expression was complicated as he slowly shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. If this person really wants to make things difficult for my great blood continent, they will appear in a day or 2. Even if we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, we won't be able to make it in time. Not to mention the Pure Grace Pavilion may not be willing to help. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard that. Yun Xinghua had been suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion in the past and had no choice but to advance to the 3rd stage to split open the sky. Now, after decades of bitter cultivation, he had regained the strength of the 4th stage. The Pure Grace Pavilion would not be happy to see this. If he really asked the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay. Perhaps they would take the opportunity to raise some harsh conditions. Don't mention the matter of asking for help again. I hope that everyone can be more vigilant in the near future. If there is any movement outside, report it immediately. Yes. Everyone responded loudly and scattered in all directions. After everyone had left, Yun Xinghua gritted his teeth and punched the armrest of his chair. He cursed, Gu Jixin, that bastard, he ruined my plans. He was suppressed and had no choice but to advance to rank 3. Now that he had obtained the strength of rank 4, he could already look forward to rank 5. With his aptitude, as long as he had enough resources, it should not be difficult for him to advance to rank 5 within 200 years. And at that time, it would probably be the time when the pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion would return. Other than that old fart, the rest of the people in the Pure Swan Pavilion would be nothing in his eyes. At that time, with his 5th grade heaven-splitting strength, who in the entire Pure Swan domain would be his match? It would not be difficult for him to unify the Pure Swan domain and let the Blood Great Continent surpass the Pure Swan Pavilion. Only then would he be able to take revenge for being suppressed in the past. However, this beautiful dream had only just begun when he encountered such an unforeseen event. That unknown enemy had been able to instantly kill 4 low-rank heavenly splitters. He knew that he was definitely not their opponent. Even if the Blood Great Continent had the support of a Grand Spirit Array, they might not be able to block this enemy. As for what path to take in the future, he was actually somewhat at a loss. He pondered with a gloomy expression for a while, but he had no countermeasures. He could only hope that the enemy's strength was not so great and that they would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, this hope was shattered in just a single day. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the entire Great Blood Continent seemed to shake endlessly. Berserk energy rampaged, and the Great Blood Continent was thrown into chaos. Some of the weaker disciples began to bleed from their mouths and noses, and some of them even fainted. Yun Xinghua flew out of his cultivation room and looked over. He immediately saw a huge lotus outside the Blood Great Continent's Grand Spirit Array. The lotus slowly rotated, each petal exquisitely crafted, like a beautiful work of art. However, Yun Xinghua could feel an astonishing power from it. This was definitely an artifact that only a second-grade force could forge. Moreover, only a second-grade force with a relatively strong foundation could possess such an artifact. The Pure Grace Pavilion had a similar secret treasure, but it had cost them countless resources to create the Pure Grace platform. In an instant, Yun Xinghua's mouth was filled with bitterness. At this moment, the Blood Great Continent's Spirit Array had been activated and a transparent light curtain enveloped the entire Blood Great Continent. However, somewhere in this light curtain, there was a deep crater that was slowly recovering. Yun Xinghua's eyes twitched as he realized that this crater was definitely caused by the impact of the lotus. Who was this person inside the lotus? Using such an artifact to forcefully impact the Blood Great Continent Spirit Array, was he crazy? One had to know that although this kind of artifact was powerful, it was not cheap to make. Once it was damaged, it was not easy to repair. Therefore, no matter which great force possessed such an artifact, under normal circumstances, they would take great care of it and not allow it to be damaged, but this person had actually used the lotus to directly impact the Spirit Array. What kind of violent and inhumane method was this? Just as he was thinking this, the lotus slowly retreated a few hundred kilometers before turning into a stream of light and rapidly slamming into the Blood Great Continent. Yun Xinghua's eyes widened as a chill rushed up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Without hesitation, he summoned the Spirit Array Jade Pendant and desperately poured his strength into it, madly mobilizing the power of the Spirit Array. The world energy in the entire Blood Great Continent seemed to be sucked dry at this moment and poured into the Spirit Array, enhancing its power. The transparent light curtain quickly solidified, as if it had thickened by several layers. Just as he finished doing this, the lotus slammed into the Spirit Array's light curtain, causing it to cave in at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge lotus was like an indestructible sword, piercing straight towards the Blood Great Continent's vital points, as if it wanted to shatter the entire Blood Great Continent. With a loud explosion, the Great Blood Continent shook violently. Behind Yun Xinghua, the shadow of a mini-universe world flashed by, and the power of the world force surged. The power of the Spirit Array did not disappoint. The thick light curtain was like an elastic rubber ball, bouncing the lotus back, but the crater was unable to recover for a long time. Yun Xinghua snorted and took 3 steps back, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his face slightly pale. He controlled the Blood Great Continent Spirit Array and his mind was connected to the entire Blood Great Continent, so when the Blood Great Continent was shaken, even he suffered a backlash. Boss. One figure after another rushed over and stood by his side, all of them looking outside with horrified expressions. Yun Xinghua suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and shouted from across the Spirit Array, "Who is it? Please stop, we can talk." He had placed all his hopes on the Spirit Array, but now it seemed that this hope had been shattered. Even if the Spirit Array could hold on and not be broken, he could not bear it. This kind of collision did not need to happen too many times, just 3 or 5 more and he would be seriously injured. At that time, the Spirit Array would break on its own. The giant lotus did not respond, instead slowly opening up a distance of several hundred kilometers, flashing as it continued to crash into him. Hong. A loud bang shook the heavens as countless Blood Great Continent disciples fainted on the ground. Even the lower-grade heaven-opening masters seemed to be unable to bear such a collision, all of them staggering, their expressions ugly. As for Yun Xinghua, who was in charge of maintaining the Spirit Array, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura suddenly weakening. However, even after 3 collisions, the Blood Great Continent Spirit Array still did not break. This was the strength of Spirit Arrays. Even though the Blood Great Continent was only a 3rd-grade force, by relying on the power of the Spirit Array, they could still resist enemies stronger than them. On the other hand, the giant lotus had dimmed slightly after 3 collisions, and it seemed to have suffered some damage. From within the lotus, a delicate woman's voice rang out, "Little Guimiao, young master has helped you vent your anger. If you don't feel satisfied, then continue crashing. Let's break this tortoise shell and then crush this Blood Great Continent." Within the Blood Great Continent, many of the heaven-opening masters almost coughed up blood when they heard this. Such a vicious and deranged method was actually just to help vent Guo Miao's anger? Just what kind of madwoman was hidden within that lotus? Just as they were trembling in fear, another woman's voice rang out, "Thank you, master. Disciple only wishes for father to be safe and sound." The man surnamed Guan whispered beside Yun Xinghua, "It's Guo Miao's voice." Guo Miao had lived in the Blood Great Continent for many years, so the man surnamed Guan recognized her and could naturally recognize her voice. Yun Xinghua nodded solemnly. Although he had long guessed that the murderer of Gu Jixin and the others would not let this matter rest, he did not expect that this person would appear so quickly outside the Blood Great Continent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and cupped his fists. "Blood Great Continent's Yun Xinghua greets honored sir. May I ask honored sir's name? Can you show yourself?" The lotus floating in the sky slowly rotated, and from the gap between two petals, a door appeared. Immediately after, a group of two people appeared from the door. One was a handsome young man with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, and the other was a charming woman, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Yun Xinghua's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the two people who had appeared, the woman's body was emitting a terrifying aura. He had only sensed such an aura from the old pavilion master of the Pure Grace Pavilion. Sixth grade splitting the heavens. The man surnamed Guan exclaimed, his expression becoming extremely ugly. The hearts of the other heaven-opening realms also sank, and the sound of gulping could be heard. How could it be sixth grade splitting the heavens? This time, the Blood Great Continent had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 4205. No wonder Gu Jixin and the other Deacon Hall masters were killed in an instant. It turned out that the other party had a sixth grade heaven splitter. Which lower grade heaven splitter could resist such a powerful force? However, even though they guessed that Gu Jixin and the others had died at the hands of this beautiful woman, the Great Blood Continent's heaven splitters did not dare to harbor any resentment or revenge. In the entire Pure Swan field, there was only one sixth-stage heaven splitter. The old pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion had suppressed the Pure Swan field by himself for thousands of years. He was the overlord of the Pure Swan field, and no one dared to disobey him. It could be seen how tyrannical a sixth-stage heaven splitter was. Even if they had really asked the Graceful Grace Pavilion for help, they probably would not have gotten involved in this mess. The old pavilion master did not have much lifespan left, so how could he offend another sixth-grade heaven splitter for the sake of Great Blood Continent? Yun Xinghua's mouth was full of bitterness as he looked at the young man in front of the woman. Although the young man's aura was not obvious, he was obviously from the Emperor realm, but Yun Xinghua did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more dignified. It was because the position this young man was standing was one step ahead of the sixth-grade heaven splitter woman. What did this mean? This undoubtedly meant that the young man's identity was even nobler than that woman's. It could even be said that the sixth-grade heaven splitter woman was only his follower. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and Yun Xinghua faintly felt that this time he seemed to have provoked an incredible existence. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Yun Xinghua politely cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Great Blood Continent's Yun Xinghua greets the two of you. May I ask how I should address you?" Yang Kai was expressionless and did not say a word. Yuhi smiled and said, "My young master is the master of the Void Land, Void True Monarch." A mere Emperor Realm master was obviously not qualified to be called a true monarch, but no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. Yun Xinghua frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. This Void Land was obviously a second-grade force, but he had never heard of it before. Hesitantly he said, "So it is True Monarch, master? I didn't know True Monarch had graced my Great Blood Continent with your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you, but is there some misunderstanding? Why is True Monarch colliding with the formation of my Great Blood Continent? Has my Great Blood Continent offended True Monarch?" He had never been so humble in front of someone from the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, his fists were not as big as his, so he could only lower himself. Yuhi was still smiling like a flower, but that smile was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters. "Don't you know what the Great Blood Continent did? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Yun Xinghua's expression was difficult as he forced out a smile and said, "Madam, please tell me. I have been in seclusion all this time and have just come out a few days ago. I don't know much about the outside world." "Are you sure?" Yuhi looked at him meaningfully, her tone leisurely. Under her gaze, Yun Xinghua felt like he was being stared at by an ancient vicious beast, as if he could die at any moment. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and down his cheeks. Under the pressure of a mountain, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. At that moment, the scholarly-looking heaven-opening realm master stepped forward and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Chief, I'm afraid today's matter is related to Elder Gu Jixin." "What do you mean?" Yun Xinghua pretended not to know and looked over suspiciously. The scholar said, "I seem to have heard Guimiao's voice from that lotus just now, and that Guimiao is one of Elder Gu's disciples. She is also the daughter of a great commander of Crimson Star called Guizian. Back then, Commander Gui sent Guimiao to my great blood continent to become Elder Gu's disciple to cultivate. A few days ago, Commander Gui came to my great blood continent and wanted to take Guimiao away. Elder Gu refused and the two of them even drank and chatted happily. I don't know what happened after that, but since Guimiao is here today, today's matter is definitely related to what happened before." "There was such a thing?" Yun Xinghua frowned and looked around shouting, "Where is Elder Gu? Come up and talk." The scholar said, "Chief, Elder Gu is already dead." His soul lamp suddenly extinguished. "I was about to report this matter but didn't have time." "What?" Yun Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu is dead." Not only Elder Gu, but the soul lamps of the other Deacon Hall masters were also extinguished. Yun Xinghua's face suddenly paled as he lamented, "How could this be?" After a moment of grief, he looked up at Yu He and Yang Kai and asked, "May I ask if the two of you are here because of my great blood continent's Elder Gu Jixin? If so, I'm afraid the two of you will be disappointed. We don't know who killed Elder Gu, but now even his soul lamp is extinguished." "I killed him," Yu He said lightly. Yun Xinghua stared at Yu He in disbelief. "Why did Master kill my great blood continent's elder? Did Elder Gu offend you in any way?" Yu He looked at him deeply for a long time before slowly shaking her head and looking at Yang Kai. "Young Master." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "I heard that Great Blood Continent's chief was suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion and had to endure humiliation. I thought that Great Blood Continent's chief was a person who knew when to yield and when not to and would achieve great things in the future, but now it seems that he was just an actor." Yun Xinghua said angrily, "Why does True Monarch say that?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Chief, don't you think that your performance is too clumsy? Who can you fool? Do you want me to tell you that Gu Jixin not only stole the 2 4th-rank resources that Commander Gui gave to his daughter, but also forced her to refine the 2 4th-rank powers, cutting off her path and preventing future troubles? That Gu Jixin colluded with the Pure Grace Pavilion and Zhou Ying to kill Commander Gui and his daughter? Do you want to tell me that you didn't know anything about this and that it was all done by Gu Jixin alone? 2 4th-rank resources?" Yun Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu did give me 2 4th-rank resources to help me cultivate in seclusion. Could it be that those 2 resources were Guimiao's?" Speaking of this, Yun Xinghua was annoyed. Foolish as an elder of Great Blood Continent, how could he steal the resources of his own disciples? Such actions he is unworthy of being a teacher. Yang Kai nodded and praised, "Chief's acting is amazing, I admire it." Yun Xinghua said seriously, "True Monarch misunderstood, I really didn't know anything about this. If I had known." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted him, leaning forward slightly as he stared down at Yun Xinghua condescendingly. "Since this king has come here, do you think I came here to argue with you? Regardless of whether you were aware of this matter or not, it was your Great Blood Continent's people who took it by force. Commander Guo was also injured by your Great Blood Continent's people. If it wasn't for my timely rescue, would Commander Guo and his daughter still be alive? Commander Guo is from the Voidlands. How can trash like you bully the people of the Voidlands?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu He let out a shout and shook her hand, sending out the fragrant caltrop. As it spun, the caltrop turned into a drill and slammed into the Great Blood Continent's light barrier. The light barrier suddenly caved in, blocking this terrifying attack, but the caltrop continued to spin and drill into it. At the same time, the giant lotus flower suddenly disintegrated and petals flew out like sharp blades, cutting into the Great Blood Continent's array. Not only that, Yang Kai also raised his hand and summoned the Divine Essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, brilliant rays of Divine Essence-fused light spilled out and rushed towards the Great Blood Continent's array. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, the Great Blood Continent shook, and the heaven and earth spirit chi became extremely chaotic. When the many heaven-opening masters saw this, their faces turned ashen and they all looked towards Yun Xinghua. The moment Yang Kai and the others attacked, Yun Xinghua summoned the Great Formation Jade Pendant again to control the Great Blood Continents Array, but under his perception his Great Blood Continents Array was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, causing his heart to sink to the bottom. The Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, so even if it had a Great Blood Continents Array, it couldn't be considered too strong. If there was only one fifth-grade Heaven Opening Master, the Great Blood Continents Array might be able to resist. But he was a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master, so how could the Great Blood Continents Array block it? Not to mention that Lang Qingshan and the others were controlling the Falling Lotus, while Yang Kai was controlling the Divine Essence-fused light to help. With such a fierce attack, it would probably take less than an hour for the Great Blood Continents Array to completely collapse. At that time, even if the Great Blood Continent had a sea of people, they wouldn't be able to block the slaughter of a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master. True Sovereign, please stop. This is really a misunderstanding. Yun Xinghua shouted in panic, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yang Kai, however, remained unmoved. Instead, he activated the Divine Essence-fused light even more fiercely. Although the Divine Essence-fused light was a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master strength, it had only one attribute, so its destructive power couldn't be compared to Yu He's, who was a genuine sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master. After all, the Heaven Opening Master used the power of the world. Yin Yang and the five elements countered each other in an endless cycle. However, compared to his own strength in the Emperor Realm, the Divine Essence-fused light was much more powerful. Seeing that Yang Kai ignored him, Yun Xinghua shouted again, "The Great Blood Continent is willing to compensate for True Sovereign's losses. Please show mercy." Yang Kai sneered, "I'm afraid it's too late to say this now." If Yun Xinghua had removed the Great Blood Continents Array from the beginning and properly apologized, Yang Kai might not have been so ruthless. After all, if the other party didn't fight back, it wouldn't be good for him to make a move. The main culprit, Gu Zixin, was already dead. Even if Yun Xinghua knew beforehand, he wasn't the mastermind. But how could Yang Kai allow this to happen, thinking that his acting skills were so good that he could bluff his way through? Seeing Yang Kai's determination, Yun Xinghua's face was filled with despair. He could only desperately urge the power of the Grand Array to resist. However, he also knew that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Relying on the Grand Array of the Great Blood Continent, it was impossible to stop this fiend in front of him. But if he didn't resist, could it be that he would be trampled upon? Turning his head to look around, he saw that the low-rank heaven splitters of his own clan were all grief-stricken, their faces ashen. Many disciples were also trembling at a loss of what to do. He sighed in his heart, knowing that the Great Blood Continent would not be able to escape this time. He wished he could grab the dead Gu Zixin and whip his corpse. Chapter 4206. Kacha. The sound of something shattering could be heard. Under the pressure of Yu He, Yang Kai, and Luo Lian Luo, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, cracks began to appear all over the Great Blood Continent's protective array. Although Yun Xinghua tried his best to summon his own strength and activate the power of the Grand Formation, he was only struggling bitterly. Until a certain moment, accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation, the array suddenly collapsed. Yun Xinghua spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning, his face suddenly turning pale. An invisible pressure suddenly spread out and enveloped the entire Great Blood Continent. This pressure was so heavy that it was as if 1,000 worlds were pressing down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe in despair. This was the pressure of a sixth-grade heaven-splitting sovereign. There were many heaven-splitting sovereigns in the Great Blood Continent, but all of them were like quails that had yet to build their nests in winter, shivering in fear as they looked up at the charming woman in the sky, not daring to show the slightest bit of resistance, let alone the courage to fight. Yang Kai arrived in front of Yun Xinghua in a flash and kicked him to the ground. Stepping on his chest, he pointed the blue dragon spear at his forehead and said coldly, "Speak, how do you want to die?" Yun Xinghua stared at Yang Kai, his mouth full of blood and humiliation. With his fourth-grade heaven-splitting sovereign strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill this person from the Emperor Realm in front of him, but he did not dare to make the slightest move because the woman's aura was firmly locked onto him, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light. Once he made the slightest move, he was bound to be attacked like a storm. Perhaps he would be killed on the spot before he could even make a move. Therefore, even though he was depressed, Yun Xinghua did not dare to make the slightest move. Suppressing the unwillingness in his heart, he admitted defeat and said, "True Sovereign, please spare my life." The Great Blood Continent is willing to apologize. What's the use of apologizing? Yang Kai's face was cold and indifferent. This king has come today to seek justice for the people of the Great Void Lands and let the 3,000 worlds know that no one can bully the people of the Great Void Lands. Quickly choose a way to die and this king may leave you with an intact corpse. Yun Xinghua's heart sank. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so resolute, not giving him any face at all. Right at this moment, Yuhi's expression suddenly changed and she said, "Young master, Commander Guo is awake." Yang Kai raised his head and looked towards the fallen lotus. His divine sense gushed out and indeed he sensed that Guizian had awoken. At this moment, Guizian walked out of the falling lotus flower step by step with Guimiao's support. Looking around he was surprised to find that Yun Xinghua was being stepped on by Yang Kai, unable to move. Many of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were standing stiffly in place with panicked expressions, as if someone had cast a spell on them. There were also many Great Blood Continent disciples lying unconscious on the ground nearby. He immediately understood that his master had come to the Great Blood Continent. What a tyrannical way of doing things. Judging from the current situation, the Great Blood Continent seemed to be powerless to resist. This was not surprising though. With you he, a sixth-order heaven-opening realm master, how could a trifling third-class force like the Great Blood Continent resist? Commander Gui's injuries have not yet healed, so you should be recuperating. Why have you come out? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Guizian took a deep breath and said, "Many thanks for master's concern, but this lowly one's injuries are nothing and will be completely healed after a few days of rest. This lowly girl has something to ask of master." Yang Kai turned to Guimiao and gently nodded. "Your father served under me and although his time was not long he was extremely loyal to this king and had made great contributions. You are his only child and the one he valued the most in his life, the one he was willing to give up his life to protect. If you have any requests feel free to speak. If this king can help you he will not refuse." Guimiao hurriedly bowed. "Disciple thanks master in advance." Disciple? Disciple does not have any other request. She just hopes that master will be lenient and let off the Great Blood Continent's chief and the other elders. Once this was said, not only did Yang Kai reveal a look of shock, but even the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were shocked. Yun Xinghua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai and did not dare move in the slightest, had a sharp light in his eyes. Guizian seemed to have known that his daughter would say this, so he was not surprised and simply sighed. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked directly into Guimiao's eyes as if he wanted to see into the depths of her heart. "That Gu Zixin stole your resources and forced you to condense a second-grade true qi, ruining your future. Before this, he even led people to kill you and your father, almost killing you and your father. If this king had not arrived in time, how could you and your father still be alive? This Yun Xinghua, as the Great Blood Continent's chief, not only did he not protect and take care of you, he even allowed Gu Zixin to commit murder. This king came to condemn him but he put on an act. Such a vile person, such a despicable person, are you sure you want me to show mercy?" Guimiao lowered her head and said, "Mus, Gu Zixin stole my resources and ruined my future. I naturally hate him and his death is not to be regretted. To tell master the truth I have thought countless times before that one day I would take revenge and make him die a horrible death. But when that day really came, disciple did not know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable and unhappy." As she spoke, Guimiao's eyes reddened and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Guizian gently patted her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, vaguely able to see through the contradictions in Guimiao's heart. After all, to her, it could be said that she was brought up by Gu Zixin. When she was very young, Guizian sent her to the Great Blood Continent. She lost her mother when she was young, and she was separated from her father. The little girl struggled to survive. To her, Gu Zixin was the closest person besides her father. This closest person plotted against her at the most important moment of her life, causing her to condense a second-grade true qi with a fourth-grade true qi. Guimiao hated and cursed in her heart, but even the greatest hatred could not cover up the kindness of raising her and nurturing her. The conflict between kindness and hatred caused waves to rise in her heart, and it was natural that she would feel uncomfortable. If it were someone with a little bit of conscience, they would not be able to bear to see the Great Blood Continent's family destroyed. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Guimiao said, "Now that the main culprit is dead and father and I are safe and sound, disciple pleads for master to show mercy. This matter ends here." This Great Blood Continent was the place she had grown up in, so it could be considered another home for her. Under the cover of this foul atmosphere, there were still the brothers and senior sisters she had grown up with. If Yang Kai massacred all these heaven-opening realm masters, where would those brothers and senior sisters go? After hearing her words, many of the heaven-opening realm masters from Great Blood Continent revealed looks of shame, while Yun Xinghua was filled with gratitude. He had originally thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that there would be a chance for him to survive? Yang Kai looked at Guizian and asked, "Is Commander Gua also of the same mind?" Guizian said, "Since Disciple has been reunited with my daughter, I have no other request." Understood. Yang Kai nodded and lowered his head to look at Yun Xinghua, only to see him looking at him with a pleading expression. When their eyes met, he seemed to be trying to squeeze out a smile, but his face was stiff and his smile was uglier than if he were crying. "Forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I don't have any killing intent left from you father and daughter, so I'll spare their lives today." With a series of exhalations, the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters all felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Looking at each other, they found that their faces were covered in sweat and could only smile bitterly. The feeling of lingering in front of the gates of hell was truly unpleasant. Tsing. The black dragon spear brushed past Yun Xinghua's cheek and stabbed into the ground beside his ear. Yang Kai leaned over and said darkly, "Thank you for taking in such a kind-hearted disciple." Yes. Yun Xinghua nodded repeatedly. "My Great Blood Continent will never forget Guimiao's life-saving grace." Yang Kai continued, "However, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment." Taking out the loyalty and righteousness record, he flipped to the third page and said coldly, "Force out your essence blood and leave your name and aura here." The loyalty and righteousness record had a total of 9 pages. The first page had Qin Tianfei's name, the second page had Heihe's name, and the third page originally had a name, one of Old Ancestor Mou's subordinates. Yang Kai had used that person to lure Old Ancestor Mou into a trap, but unfortunately that person's life was too short. Old Ancestor Mou sensed that something was wrong and killed him with a single palm strike. This caused the original name on the third page to disappear. Guimiao was grateful and didn't bicker with the Great Blood Continent's people, but Yang Kai wasn't willing to let them off so easily. Right now, the Void was lacking manpower, especially the number of heaven-opening realm masters. There were too few and many things were inconvenient to deal with. If he could take in the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters, at the very least, there would be someone to manage Star City in the Void's territory. Previously he was still thinking of waiting for Lang Qingshan's group to advance to heaven-opening realm before dealing with Star City, but that would take at least a few years. The Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters would undoubtedly solve this urgent problem. Yun Xinghua, a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm master, would be able to oversee Star City and maintain order there. Although Yun Xinghua didn't know what mysteries this loyalty and righteousness record had, he instinctively felt that it wasn't anything good. However, at this moment he was under the eaves, and the aura of a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master was constantly locked onto him, so how could he resist? After all, in the past, under the suppression of Graceful Grace territory, he was a man who could endure humiliation. He understood the principle of being flexible, and very straightforwardly forced out his essence blood, leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness record. With a burst of bloody light, the 3 words Yun Xinghua appeared on the 3rd page of the loyalty and righteousness record. Yang Kai grinned at him. "A wise man submits to circumstances, you're very good." Only now did he move his foot away from his chest. Yun Xinghua silently sensed for a moment, as if he had faintly understood the mysteries of the loyalty and righteousness record. No matter how great the waves in his heart were, he didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction on the surface. Instead he smiled. "Yun Xinghua greets Master. In the future, if Master has any orders, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Yang Kai glanced at him with a fake smile. Naturally he wouldn't believe him so easily, but as long as he had the loyalty and righteousness record, he wasn't afraid of this Yun Xinghua making any waves. Chapter 4207. Are these all the treasures of the Great Blood Continent? In the main hall of the Great Blood Continent, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table with Yuhi standing behind him. At this moment he was holding a space ring in his hand and looking at Yun Xinghua, who was standing in front of him with a speechless expression. This guy had left his name on the loyalty list. Regardless of his character, he was already considered a member of the Void Land. The Great Blood Continent was located in the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, which was the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion. Even if Yang Kai wanted to take over the entire Great Blood Continent and make it a subordinate sect of the Void Land, he was powerless to do so. Just imagine if someone dared to do this in the territory of the Void Land, he would definitely not agree. If he really did so, the Pure Grace Pavilion would definitely make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if he was a little reluctant, Yang Kai could only give up the Great Blood Continent. However, he could give up the Great Blood Continent, but he had to take the people with him. Below Yun Xinghua, the more than 20 heaven-opening realm cultivators and many elite disciples of the Great Blood Continent had to migrate to the Star City in the territory of the Void Land. From now on, they would rely on the Star City and manage it for the Void Land. He believed that with a 4th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator and several 3rd-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, the Star City should be well managed. Before leaving, he naturally had to take the Great Blood Continent's treasures with him. Yang Kai thought that the Great Blood Continent might be very poor. Otherwise, Gu Zixin would not have targeted his disciple and snatched the 2 4th-grade resources in Guimiao's hands. However, he really did not expect that a 3rd-class force could be poor to this extent. In the treasury of the Great Blood Continent, there were less than 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The other cultivation resources added together were probably only worth 200,000 to 300,000 heaven-opening pills. In other words, the entire Great Blood Continent's treasury only had 400,000 heaven-opening pills. For someone like Yang Kai who could easily spend millions, these things were simply unbearable to look at. However, thinking about it carefully, the Great Blood Continent could not be blamed for being too poor. It was because they had made a fortune in the Great Void Realm that they had a lot of capital. In this trichiliocosm, an ordinary third-rate power would not be too rich. After all, their disciples needed all kinds of resources to cultivate. Taking the Great Blood Continent as an example, below Yun Xinghua, there were 20 to 30 heaven-opening experts who were elders, deacons, hall masters, and so on. These people had to be paid a certain amount each month. The minimum would be several hundred, while the maximum would be several thousand. This month's expenditure would be several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills, and this was not even counting the other disciples below the heaven-opening realm. If the Great Blood Continent was like this, then it was the same for the other third-tier powers. Back then, in order to express their apology, the Great Moon Prefecture had only given Yang Kai 100,000 opening heaven pills. This was already a huge loss. There were very few people like Yang Kai who had hundreds of millions of opening heaven pills. Yun Xinghua said in a panicked voice, replying to Master, this subordinate was in seclusion to break through and consumed a large amount of resources. This. He thought that Yang Kai was still not satisfied, so he repeatedly signaled to the other heaven-opening realm masters, as if he wanted them to gather some resources together to appease Yang Kai's anger. Although the many heaven-opening realm masters were extremely reluctant, they did not dare to disobey and all began to act. You can all rest. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed the space ring in his hand to Yun Xinghua. Yun Xinghua asked in confusion, Master? Yang Kai picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of tea, slowly saying, This belongs to your Great Blood Continent, so take care of it yourself. This king is not so greedy as to take your things. Yun Xinghua blushed with shame. Master is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, this subordinate is ashamed. Yang Kai sternly said, Now this king has an important task to entrust to you. Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, Please instruct me, Master. Give me your universe scroll. Yang Kai gestured. Yun Xinghua hurriedly took out his universe scroll and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and poured his strength into it, then tossed it back to him after a while. I've already marked out the location of the Void Land. Choose 1,000 people from Great Blood Continent and go to the Void Land to find someone called Lu Shui. Tell her that I asked you to go. Yun Xinghua respectfully replied, Yes. He paused for a moment before probing, Milord, I wonder what this subordinate should do after meeting Lu Shui? Yang Kai glanced at him. Help this king manage the star market in the Void Land's territory. Shua shua shua. The 20 or so heaven-opening realm masters below all looked over. Yun Xinghua was also stunned, looking at Yang Kai in shock. Master wants me to manage the star market? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. For any force that could control a star market, the existence of a star market could be said to be one of the largest sources of income for that force. By extracting taxes and collecting rent from the star market, one could obtain large quantities of heaven-opening pills without taking any risks. Pure Swan territory also had a star market, but it was managed by the Pure Swan Pavilion, so Great Blood Continent couldn't interfere. The existence of a star market was of utmost importance to any force, and only those most loyal to their sect could manage it. Only this way could a force continue to exist. But now, Yang Kai was actually asking him to lead Great Blood Continent's people to manage the star market in the Voidlands territory. What? You're not willing? Yang Kai's expression sank. Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. With Master's orders, even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, this subordinate would not frown. It's just that the existence of a star market is of great importance. This subordinate is afraid he will fail Master. His heart was filled with suspicion. Was this some kind of trap Kai Yang had set for him? But that shouldn't be the case. Right now, his life and death could be decided with a single thought from the other party, so if he really wanted to do something to him, there was no need to use such a method. Yang Kai calmly said, My void land has just been established, and we don't have enough heaven-opening realm masters. If not for this, do you think it would be your turn to manage the star market? Although these words were not polite to Yun Xinghua, they were like the sounds of nature. So that's how it is. It's actually because we don't have enough people. His heart filled with joy, but his expression remained unchanged. If that's the case, this subordinate understands. Master, rest assured, this subordinate will definitely manage the star market well and definitely won't disappoint Master. He was quite shrewd, not revealing his emotions, but the other low-rank heaven-opening realm masters did not have this kind of self-control, and many of them revealed pleasantly surprised expressions, secretly excited. They had originally thought that since the Great Blood Continent had been breached, and even their leader had to be respectful in front of the other party, their future days would definitely be difficult. There were already quite a few people considering whether or not they should find an opportunity to escape. After all, they were all heaven-opening realm masters, so if they joined any force, they would definitely be accepted. Even if they became lone rangers, it would still be better than having to follow the whims of others. Who would have thought that they would actually have the opportunity to manage the star market? This was a very lucrative job. Although the star market was a mix of crooks and dragons, and there were all kinds of people, the star market was the place where transactions were the most frequent, and every transaction represented a large number of heaven-opening pills. Even among those forces that had the qualifications to manage the star market, the person chosen to manage the star market would have to undergo extremely strict examinations and many open and secret struggles before being chosen. And now, such an opportunity that countless people were fighting over was placed right in front of them. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one would be blessed with good fortune. Just a moment ago they had been worried about their own lives, but now they had been struck by this great fortune. Everyone seemed to be able to see large amounts of heaven-opening pills pouring into their pockets, so how could they not be excited? Yun Xinghua could only bitterly smile. If he had known earlier that he would be helping Yang Kai manage the star market, how could he have resisted in the slightest? He would have already opened the spirit array and respectfully welcomed him inside. Yang Kai glanced at him meaningfully. Do your job well. As long as this king can see your sincerity in the future, your cultivation won't be so poor. In time, it won't be difficult for you to increase your cultivation grade. Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, Many thanks for Master's trust, this subordinate will definitely not disappoint. Take this jade slip, when you arrive in the void and see Lu Shui, give it to her and she will make the arrangements. Yes. I'll give you 5 days to take care of everything in the Great Blood Continent. You can decide who to bring with you and how to arrange the rest of the people. I only want 1,000 people to enter the main star market. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up. This king still has other important matters to attend to. When this king returns to the void next time, I hope to see your results. Yun Xinghua bowed. Master, please wait and see. Respectfully sending off the master. The many heaven-opening realms also shouted in unison, respectfully sending off the master. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai led Yuhi into the lotus flower, which quickly turned into a streak of light that shot into the sky. When that streak of light disappeared from sight, Yun Xinghua let out a heavy breath. This time he had really profited from a disaster. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and issued a series of orders, immediately setting the entire Great Blood Continent into motion. There weren't many disciples in the Great Blood Continent, but they weren't few either, around 6,000 to 7,000 people. Yang Kai only wanted 1,000, so the remaining several thousand couldn't be taken away. Moreover, this time they would have to stay in the star market, so in other words, they wouldn't be able to return from the Great Blood Continent in the future. He naturally wanted to take away the 1,000 people with the best aptitudes, leaving the rest to find a way out for themselves. Perhaps they would seek refuge with other third-class forces or even the Pure Grace Pavilion, or perhaps they would become homeless, but the Great Blood Continent would definitely be swallowed up by the Pure Grace Pavilion. At the same time in the Lotus Flower. Yang Kai looked at Guizian and his daughter in front of him, a wide smile on his face. I also want to congratulate Commander Gua and his daughter for reuniting. Guizian said, it's all thanks to Master. If not for Master's timely assistance, my father and daughter would have already returned to the underworld. Guamiao also said, many thanks to Master for saving our lives. Yang Kai raised his hand, your father is someone from the Void Lands, so you are also a disciple of the Void Lands. When a disciple is in trouble, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Turning to Guizian he said, this king said before that as long as it is within the limits of Guamiao's ability, I will provide her with the best cultivation resources, but Guamiao, what grade can your Dao Seal withstand? Guamiao's expression dimmed, disciple feels that grade 4 shouldn't be a problem, grade 5 might be a bit difficult, but now, Guizian's expression also dimmed, thinking about how his daughter's good future had been ruined by that bastard Gu Jixin, he couldn't help but feel heartache. Chapter 4208. Since he can withstand the power of the 4th stage, then in the future, condense 4th stage resources and achieve the 4th stage of splitting the heavens, Yang Kai said. Guizian said, Miao already has the foundation of the 2nd stage, so even if he condenses the power of the 4th stage it won't help. In the future he can only achieve the 2nd stage of splitting the heavens. Master, there are many things waiting to be done in the void, so there's no need to waste resources. I will take care of Miao cultivation in the future. Who said it's a waste? Yang Kai laughed. I'm afraid you've forgotten about Meng Hong. Young Master Meng Hong? Guizian was startled. He naturally recognized Meng Hong. After all, they had been together in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and he clearly remembered what had happened during this period. Master, you mean? Yang Kai said solemnly, Brother Meng was originally condensing the power of the 3rd stage, but after breaking and then re-establishing it, he has now condensed the power of the 5th stage. If he can achieve splitting the heavens in the future, it will be the 5th stage of splitting the heavens. It's 2 stages higher than the beginning. This lowly one also knows about this, but young Master Meng Hong only had this opportunity because he obtained some Tai Divine Purifying Water. However, Tai Divine Purifying Water is too rare, so it's impossible. Master, what is this? As he spoke, Guizian's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at a small jade bottle that appeared in Yang Kai's hand. The jade bottle shook and the sound of liquid came from inside. This is the Tai Divine Purifying Water, Yang Kai said with a smile. Even though he had already guessed, when Yang Kai confirmed it himself, Guizian couldn't help but gasp. Even Yueha looked over in shock. In the land of none, the splitting the heavens couldn't enter, so they didn't know what good things Yang Kai had obtained there. Others couldn't find Tai Divine Purifying Water, but Yang Kai had a lot of it. The Tai Purifying Divine Water was a treasure that Yang Kai had obtained from the land of the ancients. With this divine water we can cleanse the power in Guamiao's seal. Fortunately, she has only condensed a single type of power, so it won't be difficult for her to cleanse it. I just don't know if Guamiao has the courage to do so. Can you endure it? Guamiao said excitedly, Master, do you mean that the Tai Divine Purifying Water can give me a chance to start over? She had never heard of the Tai Purifying Divine Water before. After all, she had been cultivating in the Great Blood Continent and had little contact with the outside world, so she was somewhat ignorant. However, this did not prevent her from inferring the effect of this item from the conversation between Yang Kai and Guizian. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded, although I haven't used this Tai Divine Purification Water before, a friend of mine has. This thing can give you a chance to start over, but the risk is not small. After all, it's related to your Dao Seal. If you're not careful, your foundation will be destroyed and your future will be ruined. Moreover, in the process of cleansing your Dao Seal, I'm afraid you'll have to endure great pain. Guamiao said cautiously, Master, may I ask what happened to your friend in the end? Yang Kai smiled, although I went through a lot of hardships, I finally succeeded. A trace of determination flashed in Guamiao's eyes. In that case, Master, please bestow this Tai Purifying Divine Water. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Guamiao said, Disciple has thought it through. Disciple originally had a 4th grade aptitude, but now I am forced to condense the power of a 2nd grade. Even if I can safely advance to a second grade in the future, I am afraid that I will not be satisfied. Rather than feeling unsatisfied in the future, it is better to give it a try today. Even if I fail, disciple will have no regrets. Guizian stood to the side, wanting to say something but hesitating as if he wanted to stop Guimiao, but every time the words came to his mouth, he swallowed them back down. At this moment, he could not help but sigh and give up the idea of stopping her. Yang Kai handed the Tai purifying divine water to Guimiao and said with a smile, "Since you have the heart to make progress, then this king will fulfill your wish. However, you don't have to worry too much. When my friend took this item, he relied on his strong will to pass. Today is different. With Yueha protecting you, I think you will be much more relaxed." Yes. Guimiao took the jade bottle and held it tightly in her hand. She did not seem to be holding the Tai purifying divine water, but her future. Turning her head to look at her father, Guizian gave her an encouraging look. Without hesitation, Guimiao immediately went into seclusion to take the Tai purifying divine water. Yang Kai naturally did not allow it and instructed Yueha to take good care of it. There were many secret rooms in the falling lotus flower. The two of them found a secret room and walked in. They opened the restriction and isolated the inside from the outside world. Guizian stood outside the door like an iron tower, pacing back and forth. His face was filled with worry and anxiety. Days passed, and the falling lotus flower passed through one large territory after another. 20 days later, they finally arrived at the large territory where the first inn was located. When Yang Kai first came here, he did not know much about this large territory. Only now did he learn from the map of the universe that this large territory was called the Thousand Birds Territory. There was a second-grade force, the Thousand Birds Sect. However, the star market here was not under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Birds Sect. There was no other reason. Although the Thousand Birds Sect was a second-grade force with a strong foundation, it was a subordinate sect of the Great War Heaven. As such, the true master of this star market was the Great War Heaven, one of the 36 paradises. In this trichiliocosm, there were as many first-grade, second-grade and third-grade forces as there were hairs on an ox. Many of them were subordinate forces. For example, in the Void Territory, the Void Land dominated a large territory. The other third-grade forces that lived in the Void Territory belonged to the Void Land and were the subordinate sects of the Void Land. Previously, when the Void Land was being built, those third-grade forces had also sent many people to help. The Void Land was like this, and most of the other second-grade forces were like this. For example, the relationship between the Pure Grace Pavilion and the Blood Great Continent was also a subordinate relationship. If a second-grade force could control a large territory, what about those blessed grotto heavens? Every blessed grotto heavens controlled more than one large territory. There were as many as 10 and as few as 7 or 8. Everything in these large territory was the foundation of these blessed grotto heavens. The Thousand Birds Territory was one of the large territory controlled by Great War Heaven, and the Thousand Birds Sect was also a subordinate sect of Great War Heaven. If Great War Heaven had any summons, the Thousand Birds Sect would not be able to resist, unless they did not want to continue living in the Thousand Birds Territory. For any blessed grotto heavens, supporting a second-grade force to rise up and replacing others was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that the territory of the Void was not under the jurisdiction of any blessed grotto heavens. Otherwise, the current territory of the Void would probably have to bow down to a blessed grotto heavens and act according to their wishes. On the second day after arriving at the Thousand Birds Territory, the tightly shut door of the secret room suddenly opened. Guizian, who had been guarding outside, saw this and asked nervously, "How is it?" Yuhi chuckled, "Go in and take a look yourself." With that, he turned his body and rushed into the secret room like the wind. A moment later, Yang Kai heard this fellow's carefree laughter. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded to Yuhi. Yuhi shook her head and said, "From the beginning to the end, I didn't do anything. She passed by herself. Guimiao is a good seedling." Compared to when Meng Hong had used the Tai pure divine water, Guimiao had a great advantage. Firstly, she had condensed a second-grade strength, which was 1 grade lower than Meng Hong's third-grade strength, and the effect of the Tai pure divine water was greater and faster. Secondly, she had condensed a second-grade strength for a very short period of time, and it was easier to wash it clean. Thirdly, she had only condensed a second-grade strength, while Meng Hong had condensed several. If Meng Hong could persevere, there was no reason for Guimiao to fail. Guimiao's current condition was not bad. She only needed to rest for a while before she could begin to lay the foundation for her own heaven-opening stage. Very quickly, Guimiao walked out under Guizian's lead and thanked Yang Kai profusely. Yang Kai immediately took out a few fourth-grade cultivation resources and bestowed them, making Guimiao extremely grateful. After another 2 days, they finally arrived at the Void Ferry of the Star City. Yang Kai accepted the falling lotus flower, paid some fees, and led Yu He and the others into the Star City in a grandiose manner. Looking at the vaguely familiar streets and the shops that had not changed much, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. The last time he came to the Star City with the lady boss and the others, he still owed a large debt. In the end, he had to rely on the lady boss to pay off the debt. At that time he was even more wandering and alone. Now only a dozen years had passed, and when he came again he was already the master of the Void Land. Not only did he have heaven-opening stage experts like Yu He and Guizian, he also had future elites like Lang Qingshan and the Scabby Head. In more than 10 years, how much had changed? If the Star City in the Void Territory was a medium-sized Star City, then the Star City in the Qinyao Territory was a large Star City. There were crowds of people coming and going, and all kinds of goods were available. Compared to this place, the Star City in the Void Territory seemed a little shabby. Yang Kai was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, when he was collecting debts, he had almost run through the entire Star City. After more than 10 years, the Star City had not changed much, so he naturally would not get lost. He immediately led a group of people and walked towards the first stall with ease. This was the first time Guimiao had come to a place like the Star City. She was full of curiosity towards this bustling place. Everything was new to her, and after walking for a while, she bought a lot of random things. Guizian followed her with a smile. No matter what his daughter liked, he just bought it. His doting feelings were obvious, as if he wanted to make up for all the guilt he had felt all these years. After walking 2 streets, Yu He, who was following beside Yang Kai, suddenly frowned. With a wave of her hand, a gentle force swept out. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked to the side, her expression alert. Before Yang Kai could react to what had happened, he turned his head to look when he sensed the commotion, only to see a tall and sturdy man staring at Yu He with a stunned expression on his face. This person had a fiendish appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Coupled with his expression, he looked extremely comical. At this moment, one of his large hands was raised in the air. From the looks of it, he wanted to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder. However, he did not expect Yu He to react so quickly and stop him. In this instant of battle, this person also sensed Yu He's tyrannical strength and couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at this bear-like fellow, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper Pei? This fellow was the 100 Refinement Hall's Pei Buwen. Chapter 4209. Yang Kai did not expect that the first acquaintance he would meet after returning to Chidori Star City would be Pei Buwen. More than 10 years ago, when Yang Kai went to the 100 Refinements Hall to collect a debt, he had dealt with this guy. As a result, he was tricked by this guy into fighting in the Azura field. Relying on that battle, Pei Buwen made a lot of money, not only filling up the huge deficit of the 100 Refinements Hall, but also dealing with the investigation of the higher-ups and paying back the debt as promised. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this guy who looked like a bear. Is it really Brother Yang? Pei Buwen also had a pleasantly surprised expression, as if he had seen a relative, appearing extremely eager and could not help taking 2 steps forward. Yu He stood in front of Yang Kai and stared at him coldly. Pei Buwen could not help but stop, his face twitching as he glanced at Yu He in fear and smiled awkwardly. Just as Yang Kai had expected, he had seen Yang Kai's back in the crowd and was about to pat him on the shoulder to see what was going on, but before he could do anything, Yu He had blocked him. Although that brush was light, it had to be known that Pei Buwen was a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was not weak, but Yu He had blocked him so easily, so she was obviously stronger than him. This woman was definitely a 5th-stage or even 6th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Who was she? Pei Buwen was puzzled. Young master, this is? Yu He asked softly. Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Pei of the 100 Refinements Hall. I have had some dealings with Shopkeeper Pei before. Yu He looked Pei Buwen up and down and said in surprise, such a fierce guy can be a shopkeeper? Can the 100 Refinements Hall make money? Won't the customers be scared away? Pei Buwen almost spat out blood. Although Yu He's words were unintentional, they had poked at his wound. The reason why he had tricked Yang Kai into going to the Azura field was that the 100 Refinements Hall had a huge deficit under his management and urgently needed a large number of heaven-opening pills to make up for it. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he still be a shopkeeper here? He had already been summoned back by the power behind the 100 Refinements Hall to be punished. Pei Buwen coughed lightly and said, "Young lady, the appearance of a human body is bestowed upon me by my parents. Although I, Pei Buwen, am somewhat ugly, my heart is kind." He declined to comment, but since it was an acquaintance of Yang Kai, it was a misunderstanding. Moreover, in this star city under the jurisdiction of Dejan Tian, no one dared to act rashly. She immediately retreated behind Yang Kai and watched coldly. Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at Pei Buwen and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, what can I do for you?" Pei Buwen grinned meaningfully, "It's nothing, it's just that I haven't seen little brother Yang for more than 10 years and I really miss you. Previously, this shopkeeper also went to the first inn to find Madame Lan to inquire about you, but Madame Lan only said that you had some matters to attend to and didn't tell me anything. Even if I wanted to find you, I didn't know where to go." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Why is shopkeeper Pei looking for me?" Suddenly he became extremely vigilant. "Don't tell me you want me to help you go to the Azura field to fight again?" Pei Buwen immediately rejected. "How can that be? It's fine if the Azura field fights happen occasionally, but how can I, old Pei, treat it as a long-term business? If that's really the case, the entire 100 refinements hall won't be enough for me to lose. It's just that little brother Yang did me a favor in the past and old Pei didn't properly thank you. All this time I've been feeling guilty in my heart." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously and said lightly, "That matter in the past, we each took what we needed. Shopkeeper Pei, you don't have to worry about it." Pei Buwen grinned. "Little brother Yang has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. And little brother Yang, are you going back to the first inn?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, I'm going to the first inn." Pei Buwen revealed a look of understanding. "Then I won't disturb little brother Yang. When you see Madame Lan later, please send my regards. If little brother Yang has time, please come to my 100 refinements hall as a guest. I will definitely welcome you with open arms." Of course, of course." Yang Kai cupped his fists. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Kai left. However, he felt that Pei Buwen's attitude towards him was a little too enthusiastic. He couldn't understand it, but he was too lazy to think about it. He threw it to the back of his mind and walked towards the first inn with anticipation. After passing through a few streets, Yang Kai finally arrived at the familiar shop. He looked up and saw the 3 big words "First Inn" shining brightly. The lobby was filled with people and guests. No matter where it was, as long as there was a first inn, it would always be this lively. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai quickly walked into the first inn and came to the counter. The accountant was calculating on an abacus, making crackling sounds. Noticing that someone had arrived, he didn't even raise his head and said, 300 for accommodation, wine and dishes are included. Would you like to eat or stay?" Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to knock on the table. The accountant tilted his head and looked at Yang Kai with a pair of dead fish eyes. He quickly lowered his head and continued to work. He said, 300 for accommodation, wine and dishes are included. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed. He slapped the abacus and gritted his teeth. "It's me." The accountant sighed and glanced at him. "I know it's you. That's why I'm asking you. Would you like to eat or stay?" Yang Kai was speechless. He turned his head and asked, "Where are Lao Bai and the lady boss?" "Lao Bai is busy in the kitchen. The lady boss has a business to do." The accountant lifted Yang Kai's hand and put it back on the counter. He stared at Yang Kai with his dead fish eyes. Yang Kai wanted to poke his eyes blind. He said in a muffled voice, "Eat. Please come in." The accountant gestured with his hand. Yang Kai strode in, followed by more than 30 people. They found several empty tables and sat down. Just as they sat down, a woman walked over. When she reached Yang Kai's side, she suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Big brother Yang?" Yang Kai looked up and smiled. "Junior sister Luo?" This woman was none other than Luo Hai. This woman was also a person with a hard life. She was originally working as a guide in Star City to earn some money. When Yang Kai was collecting debts, he was unfamiliar with Star City, so he hired her. Later, he recommended her to the lady boss and allowed her to stay in the first inn. Now it seemed that she was living a good life. Compared to the first time Yang Kai saw her, her face was much rosier. It seemed that because she saw Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. "Big brother Yang, you're back?" Luo Hai still couldn't believe it. "I'm back," Yang Kai said with a smile. He looked at her clothes and asked, "Did the lady boss arrange for you to work here?" "Yes." Luo Hai nodded. Suddenly she seemed to think of something. "Big brother Yang, wait for me. I'll tell big brother Bai and the others." After saying that, she ran to the kitchen. A moment later, White and the chef rushed out. White was still dressed as a waiter. Usually his aura was not obvious. No one would think that this guy was a fifth-grade sky splitter. The chef was wrapped in an apron. His fat body was indescribably agile. He held a butcher's knife in his hand. He came to Yang Kai and looked him up and down. He smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I'll make something delicious for you." Bai Chi sat next to Yang Kai. She threw the white cloth in her hand on the table and said with a smile, "Why did you come here? Don't you need to care about the void?" Yang Kai said, "The 9 heavens array has been set up. Don't worry about it for the time being. I'm here to ask the lady boss something." Bai Chi said, "Then wait a moment. The lady boss is taking on a business. It should be done soon." "How are you?" Yang Kai asked. "How else? Same as usual." Bai Chi chuckled and said heartlessly. After a few words, someone slapped the table and said, "Waiter, why isn't my wine and food here yet?" Bai Chi quickly got up and said, "Sit down. I'll come to you in the evening. I'll go entertain the guests first." After saying that, she went to work. Guizian and the others stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. They never thought that a fifth-grade sky splitter could be so willing to be a waiter. It should be known that the first master of Crimson Star, Zhao Baichuan, was only a fifth-grade sky splitter. If the guest who was clamoring just now knew that this waiter was a fifth-grade sky splitter, he might be so scared that he wet his pants. After a while, Luo Hai and White continuously brought out the best wine and food. Everyone had been rushing here, so their appetite was good. They immediately ate. After a while, a woman walked out of the inner hall with a smile, followed by several women dressed as maids. This woman had obviously come to the first inn to inquire about information. Based on her expression, she'd probably obtained the answer she wanted, and that was why she was so radiant. Not long after the woman left, another woman walked out of the inner hall. At the instant this woman appeared, the color in the heavens and the earth seemed to dim. Countless gazes in the hall shot over in unison, and the sound of many people swallowing their saliva resounded. The woman who left to inquire about information was extraordinary as well. She had an enchanting figure and a charming appearance, and it had already caused many men to stare blankly at her. But when the lady boss appeared at this moment, everyone knew what a peerless beauty was. Compared to the woman from before was overshadowed. The lady boss might not be the most beautiful, but she was absolutely capable of moving the hearts of men the most. When she appeared, the lady boss lightly touched her hair, and her beautiful eyes swept over and fixed on Yang Kai. But she quickly moved her gaze away and walked through the hall with a smile on her face. She occasionally spoke a few words with a guest, and she seemed to be extremely amiable. After walking around the hall, the lady boss arrived before the table where Yang Kai and the others were sitting. Yuhi quickly got up and gracefully bowed. "Elder sister." The lady boss smiled sweetly. It must have been a tiring journey. While speaking, she didn't stop. She brushed past Yang Kai, reached out her hand and tapped the back of his head lightly, and then leisurely left. Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't know what the lady boss meant by this. Letting Yuhi and the others stay here, he got up and followed the lady boss to the inner hall. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside, "Come in." Yang Kai bared his teeth and pushed the door open. After entering the room, he looked back sneakily before closing the door. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang let out a muffled groan, almost spurting out blood from his nose. What he saw was the lady boss reclining on the couch, one hand supporting her cheek, eyes closed, while the other hand gently fanned herself. Her exquisite and graceful curves were imprinted in his eyes, and the pair of white thighs under her skirt made him dizzy. Her delicate jade feet were like the world's most perfect porcelain, shining with a charming luster. She frowned slightly and said, "Although there are a lot of people, as long as they don't condense a Dao seal, they won't consume any resources. Why are you worried about this?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have to prepare for a rainy day." The lady boss pondered for a moment and said, "Your void land must have taken control of some Chen-Kuan worlds, right?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Previously, those Chen-Kuan worlds were controlled by the 7 ingenious lands. Now that the void land had replaced them, it naturally took over those Chen-Kuan worlds. The lady boss said, "You also jumped out of the Chen-Kuan worlds, so you shouldn't be unfamiliar with them. But even if you jumped out, don't look down on those Chen-Kuan worlds. Inside these Chen-Kuan worlds, there might be many cultivation resources of different grades. It's not just maybe, it's certain. It's just a matter of quantity and grade. Controlling these Jianghu worlds is equivalent to controlling many cultivation resources. It can even be said that many middle and high-grade resources are found in these Jianghu worlds. In the world of the 9 provinces you went to, I found many 5th grade and even 6th grade resources. Moreover, if you stay outside of the Jianghu world for a long time, you will hear some news about this from time to time. For example, someone obtained a high-grade resource from an ownerless Jianghu world, and then attracted countless people to investigate. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart stirred and he couldn't help but think of the immortal tree. Strictly speaking, the immortal tree was something he had obtained from a secret realm in the territory of a lower star. Even the territory of a lower star could give birth to such a high-grade resource, let alone the Jianghu worlds. He couldn't help but think of the star boundary. The star boundary must have given birth to many cultivation resources needed by the heaven-opening realm, but the star boundary had never produced a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so even if someone obtained it, they probably wouldn't know what it was. The territory of the void now controlled more than a dozen Jianghu worlds, and each Jianghu world was equivalent to a star boundary. As long as they were properly developed, was there a need to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although you have a large number of people in the void, there shouldn't be many people who need resources. As long as you can control Star City, refine heaven-opening pills on your own, and carefully mine those Jianghu worlds, it will be enough for you to develop steadily. The lady boss earnestly instructed. You can also plant some spirit flowers and herbs in the void, and you can even open up some places in those Jianghu worlds to plant. At that time, whether you refine spirit pills or sell them, it will be a source of income. I understand. Yang Kai solemnly nodded. Ever since he brought the 600,000 people to the void, he had been thinking about the future of the void, especially the matter of cultivation resources. It was like a mountain had been pressing down on his heart, and it was only at this moment that he finally felt relieved. There is one more thing I need to trouble the lady boss with. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Let's hear it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Lady boss, you also know my current situation. I have already condensed 4 of the 5 elements of yin and yang, and I am still missing the 2 elements of metal and yin and yang, but these high-rank resources are not easy to find. What I want to ask is, do you have any information on these 3 elements of high-rank resources? The lady boss opened her eyes and stared at him for a long time before asking, do you still want to reach the high-rank heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai quickly said, I've already walked half of this path and don't want to give up halfway. No matter how much resistance you encounter in the future? We can talk about the future in the future. The lady boss sighed softly, since you have already made up your mind, I won't stop you. I only hope that you won't regret it in the future. However, high-rank resources are hard to find, and even if they appear occasionally, they will attract countless experts to fight over them. With your current ability, you can't interfere at all. Of course I know that. Yang Kai nodded seriously. When the Golden Crow Divine Palace appeared, it attracted several high-rank heaven-opening realm experts and dozens of mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts to gather at the first inn. One could imagine how tempting these top resources were to those experts. Yang Kai didn't quite understand why they were fighting over these resources. It didn't make sense to say that it was for their own disciples. It couldn't be that the disciples of so many experts had the capital to directly refine 7th grade resources, right? It was only later that he learned that these experts were fighting over the Golden Crow's corpse for their own sake. They could absorb and refine the fire attribute energy in the Golden Crow's corpse to strengthen the foundation of their mini-universe world, thereby increasing their own strength. Yang Kai giggled. But the first inn's job is to collect information, so you must know some secrets that others don't know, such as where to find high-rank resources of these 3 attributes. The lady boss glanced at him, feeling both annoyed and amused. What do you think high-rank resources are? Cabbages that can be picked up anywhere? I'm not afraid to tell you, I know where you can obtain high-rank yin and yang attribute energy, but you don't have the ability to obtain them. Where? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burned with desire. The lady boss glared at him, took out her world map, tapped on it and tossed it to Yang Kai, saying, see for yourself. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it and couldn't help but be stunned. What is the meaning of these large territory? He found that the large territory marked out by the lady boss was different from the other large territories, as it was completely empty. In the other large territories he could clearly see which forces and Jianghu worlds existed, but these large territories were completely empty. The lady boss said leisurely, Thousands of years ago there were many forces and Chen Kuan worlds in these large territories, but now they are all destroyed. Who did it? Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. All the forces and Chen Kuan worlds in these large territories had been destroyed. What kind of violent power was this? Scorching sun, glowing moon. The lady boss said leisurely. Yang Kai was stunned, then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a trembling voice, "These two divine beasts, do they really exist?" According to legend, in the most ancient times at the beginning of the world, there were two types of chaos chi that evolved into yin and yang, transforming into scorching sun and glowing moon. These were the oldest divine spirits in the world. These two divine beasts evolved into the four divine beasts, which gave rise to the dragon and phoenix divine spirits. It could be said that scorching sun and glowing moon were the source of all divine spirits, the common ancestors of all divine spirits. Yang Kai had obtained a divine spirit chart before, which listed all the known divine spirits of the 3,000 worlds. Although the divine spirit chart prioritized the dragon and phoenix divine spirits, the opening page introduced the scorching sun and glowing moon, but the author of the divine spirit chart believed that these two divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Who would have thought that he would learn about these two terrifying existences from the lady boss today? These were divine beasts above the dragon and phoenix divine beast. They were the symbol of invincibility. If there were any creatures in this world that could contend with the giant divine spirit clan, then the scorching sun and glowing moon were definitely one of them. It could even be said that they were stronger than the giant divine spirit clan. However, although this woman was tall and her cultivation was only in the Emperor realm, she was not afraid even when facing a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, she dared to shout in a place like the First Inn, not putting anyone in her eyes at all. It had to be said that she was extremely courageous. From the inner hall, Yang Kai strode out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, this woman's beautiful eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai like a hawk. Boundless battle intent radiated from her body as her aura rose steadily. Her beautiful black hair danced without any wind. "I've been waiting for you for more than 10 years. You've finally appeared." The woman gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, as if they were filled with accusations of blood and tears. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Kai in unison. This woman's words seemed to contain many hidden stories. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. The woman continued, "Back then you just left. Did you think you could escape just like that?" As soon as this was said, many people immediately cast disdainful gazes towards Yang Kai. Some people had already imagined Yang Kai and this woman falling in love, only for Yang Kai to abandon her in the end. Yuhi covered her red lips and said, "Young master, this lady is not what you think." Yang Kai was a little speechless. Staring at the woman, he frowned and said, "Although I'm very embarrassed, I still want to ask, who are you?" The disdainful gazes instantly turned into disdain. The woman was also stunned. Her aura that had risen to the limit seemed to be pressed down by a mountain and suddenly withered. A cold, murderous intent appeared on her beautiful face. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Yang Kai said a little awkwardly, "You look familiar." "I don't quite remember. Can you give me a hint?" The woman clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, "Azura Field, Yu Luosha." The hall was suddenly in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "What? She is the Yu Luosha who is ranked first on the Azura Field Earth ranking?" That's right, she really is Yu Luosha. I saw her fight with someone else in the Azura Field before, but at that time I was too far away and her movements were too fast. She dealt with her opponent in just a few moves, so I didn't get a good look. I heard that she is one of the several most outstanding disciples of the Azura Field. She is a core disciple with a high chance of reaching the 6th grade of Split the Heavens, just a single step away from that. Just who is this boy? Why is he so confused with Yu Luosha? Could he really have done something to her? This is going to be a good show, everyone in the hall began to discuss. Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed at Yu Luosha and said, "Oh, it's you." In the past he had been tricked by Pei Buan into the Azura Field and fought with someone there. And that battle had been with this Yu Luosha. Being exposed by Yang Kai, he didn't seem embarrassed as he strode over to the table and sat down before saying, "I must congratulate little brother Yang." "What's there to congratulate?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Pei Bu once sternly said, "Being able to fight with Yu Luosha, and it was her who took the initiative to challenge you. Regardless of whether you win or lose, Brother Yang's name will soon spread all over Star City. If this isn't a happy occasion, then what is? Yang Kai said indifferently, then shouldn't I thank shopkeeper Pei? Pei Buwan wore a bitter expression. Brother Yang, don't blame me, I was forced to do this, I really had no choice. As he spoke, he wished he could shed bitter tears. You suddenly disappeared without a trace that year, but you don't know how annoying you Luosha is. Chapter 42:12. The battles in the Azura field were extremely dangerous. Every day there would be a cultivator that would perish. For Yu Luocha to make such a great name for herself and even rank first on the Earth Proclamation, she naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. She wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, nor was she someone who had never lost before. On the contrary, at the very beginning Yu Luocha wasn't a core disciple of the Azura Heaven, but an extremely ordinary disciple. When she first entered the Azura field, she lost more than she won. Several times she was even beaten to the point of death, nearly dying. However, this woman had a special characteristic. Wherever she fell, she would stand up. Anyone that defeated her, she would challenge them back. If the first time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a third time. She persevered and was tenacious to the extreme. During these years in the Azura field, she had defeated one powerful opponent after another. Her own cultivation also rose steadily. From the most ordinary disciple of the Azura Heaven to a core disciple, she had even condensed a 6th grade strength. She was only a single step away from reaching the 6th grade and opening the heavens. For so many years, she had defeated all those that had once defeated her, trampling all those that had once considered themselves invincible beneath her feet. Through these bloody battles, she had grown strong and healthy. From the 4th rank on the Mortal Proclamation, she had fought her way to 1st place. Then she had ascended to the Earth Proclamation, killing her way to the Supreme Throne. There was only one exception. That was Yang Kai. In the past, she had fought with Yang Kai in the Azura field but had unfortunately been defeated. After she had bitterly cultivated for a period of time and wanted to challenge Yang Kai again, where was Yang Kai in Star City? At that time, Yang Kai had already been sucked into the great cosmological boundary. Since she couldn't find Yang Kai, she could only look for Pei Buwan. But how could Pei Buwan know where Yang Kai was? He had asked the lady boss several times, but even she didn't know where Yang Kai was. She was a woman with a firm and resolute personality, one that wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall. She wouldn't give up so easily. In the lobby, Pei Buwan was on the verge of tears. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save your elder brother. I'm about to be annoyed to death by that girl. She comes to find me almost every 3 days. For more than 10 years she has never stopped. Can you imagine what kind of life I've been living all these years?" There were several times when Pei Buwan was spending the night in the Spring Flower Snow Night Pavilion and Yu Luocha actually kicked open the door. The sorrowful experience of more than 10 years was simply not worth mentioning to outsiders. "Is this the reason why you betrayed me?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Pei Buwan smiled and said, "How can this be considered betrayal? Little brother Yang, if you return to Star City, even if I don't say anything, that little girl will know. I'm just letting her know in advance." His expression turned solemn as he said in a serious voice, "Go and fight. As long as you can fulfill that girl's wish, it doesn't matter if you win or lose." "Not interested." Yang Kai casually crushed the jade slip in his hand. Although he was only an Emperor Realm Master and had only condensed 4 kinds of strength, strictly speaking he was not even half-step into the Heaven Opening Realm and did not even have the qualifications to enter the Earth ranking of the Azura field. He really did not have the slightest interest or will to fight with someone from the Emperor Realm. Many Heaven Opening Realm cultivators had died at his hands, so how could a mere Emperor Realm Master be his opponent, no matter how outstanding her aptitude was? Pei Buwan said in a panic, "Little brother, what are you doing? You won't not accept the challenge, right?" Yang Kai said in surprise, "Did I agree to accept the challenge?" Yu Luocha left a challenge letter and left, completely speaking to herself. Yang Kai did not agree to it. 3 days later, whether he went or not would depend on himself. Pei Buwan's expression changed. "Don't be like this, little brother Yang. If you don't accept the challenge, that girl will definitely not let it go. You don't want to be followed wherever you go, eyeing you covetously, right?" Yang Kai said, "Will she be like that?" Pei Buwan nodded seriously. "From what I know of her, she will definitely be like that." The former number one on the human list was followed by her for more than half a year. In the end he could not stand it and could only agree to fight with her. Yang Kai could not help but frown. If that Yu Luocha was really so difficult to deal with, it would be troublesome. Although it was not a big deal to be followed by someone, and he did not have any secrets that he could not let others know, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded. In that case I will go and meet her in 3 days. Pei Buan was overjoyed. Little brother Yang is righteous. Then in 3 days I will wait for you at the Azura field. After Pei Buan left, He said, Young master, are you really going to fulfill the 3 days agreement? Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Pei also said that Yu Luocha is a persevering person. If I reject her this time she will definitely do it again and again. Instead of tangling with her, it is better to cut the Gordian knot. Then young master must be careful. Yuhi covered her mouth and smiled. Yang Kai was stunned. What should I be careful of? What are you afraid of her doing to me? Yuhi said, I am afraid that young master will accidentally kill her. Although life and death in the Azura field is one's own responsibility, and even if someone dies in battle they cannot seek revenge. But that Yu Luocha is after all a core disciple of the Azura field. If she is really killed by you, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Yang Kai said, Not to that extent. I have always been protective of the fairer sex. He turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. We may have to stay here for a while. If you all have nothing to do you can go to the Azura field to train yourselves. Life and death battles are always the best nutrients for growth. It is useless to have such great strength but not know how to fight. Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly agreed. Many of them showed eager expressions. After following Yang Kai for more than 10 years, each of them had grown tremendously, especially Lang Qingshan. Back then he was just a little emperor who had just condensed his Dao seal. But now he had already condensed several kinds of 5th grade resources, and his strength had increased tremendously. However, in the great cosmological realm, there were very few opportunities to fight with others. This was because in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai could cover the sky with one hand. There was no place for them to display their strength. It had to be said that the Azura field was an excellent place for them to train. After eating and drinking, everyone checked into a room to rest. What made Yang Kai indignant though was that the accountant was actually calculating with him, charging him 300 heaven-opening pills a night for each room. Yang Kai was now filthy rich, so how could he care about such a small amount? He checked into 10 rooms in one go. The news of the number one on the Azura field's Earth list challenging Yang Kai spread like wildfire and soon spread throughout Star City, causing an uproar. Yu Luocha was now famous and naturally attracted many people's attention. She was the representative of the strongest under the heaven-opening realm. This battle had attracted the attention of countless people before it even started. Many people were inquiring about Yang Kai's origin and were surprised to learn that he had defeated Yu Luocha more than 10 years ago. However, Yu Luocha's battle record had many defeats, so although they were surprised, no one was too optimistic about Yang Kai. After all, Yu Luocha's growth in the past 10 years was obvious to all. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Those that were able to defeat her in the past could only look up to her now. That Yang Kai wasn't too far off. It was said that he had disappeared for over 10 years and only reappeared recently. However, no matter what sort of lucky chances he had encountered in these past 10 years, it was impossible for him to be Yu Luocha's match. When the time came he would only be ravaged. The Azura field was one of the Azura field's greatest resource earners. Thus, no one was sparing no effort in creating hype for this battle. They had already set up extremely high betting lines, attracting countless cultivators to crazily place their bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Azura field was buzzing with activity. Countless cultivators swarmed in, all for the sake of catching a glimpse of Yu Luocha's elegant demeanor. Ever since Yu Luocha obtained the number one position on the Earth Proclamation 3 years ago, she rarely fought. This was because under the heaven-opening realm, there was no one that could last more than 10 minutes against her. There was also no one that didn't know what was good for them and dared to challenge her. Today she was finally going to fight. This naturally attracted countless people to rush in like a flock of ducks. Outside the Azura field, Yang Kai walked in with Yuhi. Pei Buan, who had been waiting here for a long time, stepped forward and greeted them warmly, laughing heartily as he said, "Brother Yang, you've finally come." It was only now that he could finally relax. Before he saw Yang Kai he was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't come. If that were the case, then not only would the Azura field's efforts these past few days be wasted, but it would also give him a headache. Yang Kai nodded to him, greeting him. He's that Yang Kai. It should be him. He doesn't look too good. Look at the two followers behind him. He seems to be some playboy young master. How strong can such a person be? Suddenly there was a burst of discussion. Yang Kai looked around and saw that both sides of the street were lined with cultivator. All of them had curious looks on their faces. These people are... Yang Kai frowned slightly. Pei Buwen said, these people are Yu Luocha's fans. You don't have to pay attention to them. Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't expect Yu Luocha to be so popular in Star City. Chapter 42:13 I won't disappoint you. Yang Kai ignored the looks and comments of the outsiders and entered the Azura arena. He was immediately greeted by the sight of the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings, each of which contained 100 names. He casually swept a glance over the rankings and sure enough, he saw Yu Luocha's name right at the top of the earth rankings. It was shining golden and looked very dazzling. The list was constantly changing. From time to time, one of the names would slide down the rankings while others would vanish altogether. Those names that slid down the rankings belonged to the people who were defeated in the Azura arena, while those names that vanished from the rankings belonged to the people who died in battle. Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the bottom of the mortal rankings and smiled. That brat Qing Shan is doing pretty well. In the 95th position of the mortal rankings was Lang Qing Shan's name. 3 days ago, Yang Kai asked Lang Qing Shan and the others to enter the Azura arena for training. They immediately rolled up their sleeves and came over the very next day. Over the past few days they didn't even return to first in. They were practically regarding the Azura arena as their home. In just 3 days, Lang Qing Shan had made his way into the 95th position of the mortal rankings. It went to show just how diligently he had been fighting. During their conversation, Lang Qing Shan's name suddenly jumped up the rankings and abruptly landed on the 89th spot. The name of the person who used to rank 89th slid down and stopped just below his name. At the same time, Yang Kai faintly heard an earth-shaking roar of cheers coming from a corner of the Azura arena. Are you Yang Kai? A person's voice sounded from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a few young men dressed as young lords walking over from not far away. They were followed by several low-rank open heaven realm masters. It would seem that they came from a rather extraordinary background. There were 3 people in total and they were all dressed differently. One was dressed in black, one was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in green. The person who spoke just now was the young lord in green. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and pretending to be suave. While he was speaking, he couldn't help stealing a few glances at Yu He with gleaming eyes. On the other hand, Yu He's gaze was as sharp as knives. She gave him a vicious look, causing him to smile in embarrassment and reluctantly withdraw his gaze. That's right, and you are? Yang Kai politely cupped his fist. The young lord dressed in white announced, you don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that our interests are closely related to your victory or loss today. Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. These people must have placed bets. A betting pool would be opened for every battle in the Azura arena, and these wagers would have different odds to attract the cultivators watching to gamble. It stood to reason that he knew about this. After all, this was the reason why Pei Buwen suddenly earned such a large sum of money last time. His battle with Yu Luosha today would surely have a similar aspect. But, why did these people come to find me? Yang Kai had a sudden thought and looked at them in astonishment. Could it be that the 3 of you placed a bet on my victory? The young lord in white responded without a trace of politeness. In your dreams. We might come from wealthy families and spend money like water, but we are not stupid enough to just throw money away. Why would we bet on your victory? Yang Kai became annoyed. If you favor Yu Luosha, then why did you come to me? Are these 3 people sick in the head? Chapter 42:14 Instant Kill. Under the watch and cheering of countless people, Yang Kai stood on the platform and smiled brightly at Yu Luosha, who stood opposite him before lightly asking, Junior sister Yu, can I admit defeat? Yu Luosha's beautiful eyes narrowed at those words. Are you mocking me? Her pretty face was filled with rage and her tender fists were tightly clenched. She had waited for more than 10 years for this moment, all so she could have a proper fight with him. Now that he had finally returned to the Star City, How could she possibly accept a result like that? I guess it won't work after all. Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. My original intention was to admit defeat immediately. After further consideration, I came to the conclusion that a woman with as much pride as you would not give up even if I admit defeat. You will definitely continue to pester me in the future. In that case, I figured I might as well fight you and create a chance for you to land the winning blow. That way I can resolve this troublesome matter. Create a chance for me to land the winning blow? She gritted her teeth, uttering those words with great emphasis as though she had suffered great humiliation. Her chest heaved erratically. Indeed. Yang Kai remained calm. Judging by your words, you seem certain that I am not your opponent, she said coldly. There is no one beneath the open heaven realm who is my opponent. He looked at her nonchalantly. Even if she had a calm temperament and her mind was as tranquil as an ancient well, she still could not help becoming angry at his words. Senior brother, are you not worried that these nonsensical words of yours will come back to slap you in the face later? I was certainly no match for you more than 10 years ago, but I am different from before. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to defeat me like you did back then. Yang Kai nodded. I know that you have grown tremendously over the past few years, junior sister you. However, this senior brother has not been idle either. It's just that this senior brother is very kind to women. Junior sister, you have such a pretty face. It would be bad if your beautiful face was injured in the fight. Why don't we do this instead? Junior sister, why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat? The conversation between these two might be taking place within the Azura arena, but every single word that was spoken was transmitted clearly through the barriers and into the ears of the cultivators in the audience. Everybody heard it loud and clear. The originally noisy audience abruptly fell silent. Everybody stared at Yang Kai in dumbfounded amazement. In the next moment, an uproar louder than the noisy chattering just now erupted from the audience. Countless people mocked Yang Kai for boasting shamelessly. Some even clamored for Yu Luo to beat Yang Kai black and blue. The commotion in the audience was extremely loud for a while, drowning out even the voice that was reading out the rules. Yang Kai turned to look at the audience and shouted furiously, "Shut the hell up, you bunch of trash. You'll soon be compensating me with all your bets." Yu Luo tilted her head to look at him and faintly said, "If it's about how glib one's tongue is, then I admit I am not your match, senior brother. We don't need to compete in that regard. I will admit defeat." Yang Kai chuckled, "Looks like we still need to fight in the end. I never wanted to let this situation develop this far. However, you are wholeheartedly pursuing the peak of the martial Dao. For an opponent like you, this senior brother can only show my respect for you by going all out." After saying that, his expression abruptly changed. His originally faint and nondescript aura suddenly erupted outward like a tsunami. The sudden change was so great that Yu Luo couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She instinctively surged the power in her body as a crimson blood mist instantly permeated the air around her. At the same time, the voice that had been explaining the rules in Azura Arena also finished and shouted in a low voice, "Life and death shall be decided in battle, let the match begin." The platform beneath Yang Kai's feet exploded without warning and turned into countless pieces of gravel that shot out in all directions. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he charged towards Yu Luo and appeared just 10 meters away from her in an instant. Yu Luo's expression changed greatly as a chill spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. In her vision, what charged towards her was not an Emperor Realm cultivator who had yet to even reach the half-step open heaven realm but an ancient ominous beast that crossed through time and came from prehistoric times. The violent aura wrapped around her, causing her to become unable to breathe. It felt like her entire body was being pressed under a mountain and she didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast stretched out a claw while charging towards her and reached for her face, tearing through space and causing the world to collapse wherever it passed. Yu Luo was shocked. She had made a name for herself in the Azura arena. Ever since she advanced into the Emperor realm, she had fought in the Azura arena and experienced at least 1,000 battles over the years. During this time she met both strong and weak opponents. The most difficult opponent she had ever fought was during the battle where she took first place in the Earth rankings. In order to reach the top of the Earth rankings, she first had to defeat the previous top ranker. Her opponent had been on par with her in terms of strength and they were both in the half-step open heaven realm, only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Her opponent had also condensed 6 types of 6th order elements and was a core disciple of another cave heaven. Their battle lasted for half a day before they could determine the winner between them. However, even the previous top ranker in the Earth rankings had been extremely cautious when challenging her. They had taken their time to figure out each other's strength before they went all out towards the end of the battle. Who would charge in so violently and savagely from the start? What scared Yu Luosha even more was the sense of oppression that Yang Kai gave her. Countless people had looked down on Yang Kai and believed that he was not her opponent, but she had never once thought that way. How could the person who defeated her 10 years ago be weak? As he mentioned just now, she had shown tremendous growth during these past 10 years. But likewise, he could not have been idling away either. That was why she never underestimated him. On the contrary, she had always regarded him as an opponent who could put up a hard fight against her. Nevertheless, she immediately realized she had underestimated him when he actually made his move. Compared to his shocking imposing aura, she felt like a firefly in front of the bright moon, absolutely insignificant. At that moment, she felt as though the person before her was an invincible existence. Be that as it may, she was a core disciple of Azura Heaven and had experienced hundreds of battles before, so she quickly composed herself. Her aura surged as the strength inside her body exploded outward. Kicking off the platform lightly, Yu Luosha gave a wave of her hand. Flower petals shot out and rained down on Yang Kai, each one dancing through the air and formed from the purest power she could condense in an ever-changing and unpredictable storm. She had condensed sixth-order elements, so the strength she wielded displayed as such. The golden flower petals were like indestructible swords, representing the metal element. The red flower petals were like blazing flames, representing the fire element. Meanwhile, yellow represented the earth element, green the wood element, white the water element, and black the yin element. Thousands of flower petals danced to form an imposing array that could shred everything to pieces and covered Yang Kai in an instant. Even so, Yu Luosha did not feel the slightest sense of triumph. On the contrary, her heart pounded as though an inexplicable sense of crisis was looming over her. Then, she saw a large hand in the shape of an eagle's claws stretching out of the flower storm. Countless petals destroyed the man's clothes, but they were blocked by a dirt-yellow light barrier. Sparks flew from the contact between the flower petals and that light barrier, while no harm befell his body at all. How can that be? She practically exclaimed in shock, her heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. The myriad flowers array was basically her trump card. She generally did not use this move because it consumed too much strength, and ever since she climbed to the top of the Earth rankings 3 years ago, few people have been able to force her to use this move again. The only ones who could force her to use this move were opponents in the half-step open heaven realm. These people had all condensed the 5th order or 6th order elements and were also the elite disciples of various cave heaven or paradises. Faced with Yang Kai's head-on charge that resembled a ferocious ominous beast, she immediately brought out her trump card. She originally thought that it would stop him for a moment, maybe even cause him to fall into a precarious situation, but who could have imagined this result instead? Before she could understand what was going on, Yang Kai's figure burst out of the myriad flowers array. Countless flower petals shattered with a loud explosion, turning into bits of light that shot out in all directions like a meteor shower. Yu Luosha stared blankly forward, only to see that Yang Kai's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. His eyes were as cold and cruel as ice. Roaring to inspire herself, her tender body tensed and a boundless blood mist gushed out of her, turning into a sea of blood that drowned both of them inside. The audience was completely silent as countless people stared blankly at the sea of blood in the Azura arena, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until 3 breaths later that somebody murmured, "Did that Yang Kai just destroy Yu Luosha's myriad flowers array?" Nobody answered the question. The myriad flowers array had indeed been destroyed and Yang Kai had emerged from it without being bothered in the slightest. The main question was, how did he do it? Nobody had seen clearly. Before anybody could figure out the answer, the sea of blood in the Azura arena began squirming madly as though struck by a powerful impact. The sea of blood shattered and the figures of 2 people swiftly fell out of the sky. Under everybody's gaze, those figures suddenly vanished. Even though it had only been for a moment, almost everybody saw Yang Kai grabbing Yu Luosha by the face with a large hand and viciously smashing her towards the ground. Yu Luosha was not willing to just give up and admit defeat. Both her slender jade hands and long legs, every part of her body had been transformed into a weapon that bombarded Yang Kai indiscriminately. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained as stubborn and unchanging as a mountain. Motionless, he ignored whatever attacks she unleashed against him. Hong. The entire Azura arena shuddered, and countless cultivators in the audience also felt the ground shaking beneath them. A cloud of dust rose up at the spot where the two fighters landed. Numerous ancient towering trees crashed to the ground, forming a straight line that stretched out for several hundreds of meters. The scene was chaotic, and the figures of both Yang Kai and Yu Luosha could no longer be seen amidst the dust. Everybody hurriedly lifted their heads and looked up at the sky, where a huge projected image of the battle between those two under the effects of the spirit arrays in the Azura arena stood. What entered their eyes made them draw a deep breath of cold air in surprise. Inside that enormous light barrier, Yang Kai was kneeling with one knee on the ground. He had one large hand pressing against the ground, his black hair and clothes flapping from the impact. As for Yu Luosha, she was smashed into the ground with her face still in the grip of his hand. The long stretch of empty space behind them resembled a large mouth, mocking soundlessly. Yang Kai immediately took the space ring in high spirits. Sweeping his divine sense to check the contents, he exclaimed in surprise, "This number seems a bit higher than it should." Combined with his original bet of 100 million, the Azura arena should only need to hand over 1 billion open heaven pills to him. Such a large sum of open heaven pills was not something just any great force could bring out so easily. Only a place like the Azura arena, where countless open heaven pills flowed through every single day, could do something like that. But what surprised Yang Kai was that the space ring seemed to contain more than 1 billion open heaven pills. 2 billion. Old Zhou confirmed. Yang Kai was puzzled. Where did the extra 100 million come from? Old Zhou smiled. "Nephew Yang, your strength is extraordinary. In the future, your name will surely spread across the 3,000 worlds, so this old master will not play games with you. That extra 100 million is a form of compensation from Azura arena." Compensation for what? "Nephew Yang, please do not set foot in any of the Azura arenas of any of the star cities ever again," Old Zhou replied bluntly. Yang Kai could not help blinking in surprise. However, he soon understood what Old Zhou meant. He had displayed a terrifying power that was strong enough to crush any opponent under the open heaven realm in his battle today. It was a given that nobody could be his opponent if he were to set foot in another Azura arena again, and if everybody bet on his victory, then how would the Azura arena make money? The Azura arena was one of the most important foundations of Azura heaven, which delivered large amounts of open heaven pills to it every day. If the Azura arena kept suffering losses, then Azura heaven would be in trouble too. It was only natural for Old Zhou to consider the future. Be that as it may, he took out 100 million open heaven pills to offer as compensation without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen just how wealthy and powerful the Azura arena was. Pei Buwan was dumbfounded. As far as his memories went, this was the first time the Azura arena had ever offered such generous conditions to a cultivator. Azura heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens after all. Aside from the other cave heavens in the outer universe, there was no need for Azura heaven to give face to any other great force. After all, Azura heaven had that kind of power. It is difficult for a rogue cultivator to directly achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. This old master believes that this person will suffer a catastrophe in the future, since he does not have any background nor support to rely upon. If he does not survive the catastrophe, then things would simply end with his death. What if he survives the catastrophe? Yang Kai looked at Old Zhou. Old Zhou studied Yang Kai for a moment and gave a soft chuckle. If he can survive the catastrophe, then this old master will cut off his head for him to kick around like a ball. Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort in response. "Don't get too high and mighty with your words, Old Zhou. Like water that has been spilled, the words you speak can never be taken back again." Old Zhou shook his head. "That is fate. If this old master says that he won't be able to survive the catastrophe, then he won't. Forcefully pushing forward will only cause his soul to be extinguished. This old master hopes that he can change his mind as soon as possible. If he only takes a step back, then all will end well, otherwise it will be too late for regrets by the time the catastrophe strikes." Yang Kai looked livid. Then Old Zhou abruptly changed the subject. There's no point in speaking about such irrelevant matters. Nephew Yang, have you considered the offer this old master has given you? Yang Kai stretched out his hand, hand it over. Old Zhou smilingly took out another space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. That space ring contained an impressive 50 million open heaven pills. He said meaningfully, "Nephew, this old master has a word of advice for you. Those who understand how to be flexible will rise higher." Yang Kai muttered, "Many thanks for your advice, Old Zhou. I will keep your words in my heart." Old Zhou gave Yang Kai a measuring look and seemed to see the determination in his eyes. Thus, he sighed and shook his head before taking his leave. Next to them, Pei Buwan bowed and sent Old Zhou off. It wasn't until Old Zhou was gone that he looked at the two space rings in Yang Kai's hands with an envious look. Those space rings contained a whopping sum of 1.25 billion open heaven pills. It was an amount he would never earn even if he worked all his life. A moment later, he suddenly jumped in fright. "Little brother Yang, why is your expression so terrible?" Yang Kai randomly came up with an excuse. "I was wounded by Yu Luo Sha." Pei Buwan was surprised for a moment, then a wave of understanding washed over him. I guess the battle just now was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Yang Kai probably paid a heavy price to defeat Yu Luo Sha within 10 breaths, it's just that it doesn't show on the surface. Shopkeeper Pei, until we meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and led Yu He away, his expression still as gloomy as before. Bai Qi sneered, "First In and Wind and Cloud Auction House are at odds with each other, how could we possibly participate in any of their auctions? This time we are participating in an auction held by Red Cloud's auction house." Knowing that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the Star City, he went on to explain, "Red Cloud's auction house is owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Their heritage is far greater than Wind and Cloud Auction House and they have branches in many star cities. Furthermore, they tend to hold a large-scale auction in a random star city every 5 years or so. The large-scale auction this time will be held in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City." Chapter 42:19 He has world source liquid. Many people could die on the spot even if they were only advancing into the first order or second order open heaven realm. Of course, it was less likely for a person to fail when trying to advance into a lower order of the open heaven realm under the same conditions. That was an indisputable fact. There was no method or auxiliary aid to improve this situation in the entire 3,000 worlds, much less a spirit pill that could help to improve the success rate of a cultivator in advancing into the open heaven realm. There might have been such knowledge in the past, but as time went on, this knowledge was lost or eliminated for various reasons. It was no wonder that the audience was in an uproar when this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill appeared at auction in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City. That was something that had been lost with the ages after all. On the stage, the old man said, "Although I cannot say that this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill is able to guarantee absolute success in one's advancement, it can increase the success rate by 50%. There was another commotion in the hall. Increasing the success rate by 50% was a terrifying figure. It could almost be said that as long as a cultivator was fully prepared, success in the advancement into the open heaven realm was guaranteed. Many tyrannical divine senses extended outward from the various private rooms, hoping to catch a glimpse of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. If this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was a genuine product, then the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills was definitely not expensive. If one were to consider that this deal also came with the pill recipe, it could even be said to be an extremely cheap transaction. After all, who did not have several juniors or disciples with excellent aptitude? Used in the right place, this spirit pill could create a very powerful master. How could the worth of such a master be measured by a mere 2 million open heaven pills? Even a price of 20 million would be worth it. It was just that. What could their spying tell them? It didn't take long for these divine senses to be retracted in disappointment. The person who spoke just now asked, "This king would like to go on stage to inspect the item. Can you accommodate my request?" Red Cloud's auction house seemed to have anticipated this situation, so the man's request had only just rung out when the old man on the stage nodded in response, "Of course." The door to AB Block private room opened and a middle-aged man with a brave and heroic figure walked out. He came to the stage in a few steps and cupped his fist to the old man before he carefully picked up the jade bottle. Opening the bottle cap, he studied the contents carefully and took a sniff of its fragrance. His eyebrows would wrinkle slightly before relaxing again from time to time. Having only heard of the existence of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he himself had never seen it before. Therefore he could not determine whether this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was the real deal either. A short while later he put the jade bottle down and picked the jade slip up. Closing his eyes, he perceived the contents of the jade slip for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head. He placed the jade slip down and turned around to return to the private room. Although the jade slip contained the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, there were many seals placed on the jade slip. There was no way to catch a glimpse of the full pill recipe without breaking these seals. That person's examination would only allow him to observe what Red Cloud's auction house allowed, such as the main ingredients needed to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. The old man on the stage said, "Are there any others who would like to come and inspect the items? You are free to come and have a look for yourself." There were indeed many people who wanted to check the items, and so for the next quarter hour many Open Heaven Realm masters filed out of the private rooms and approached the stage to investigate the spirit pill and its recipe. Even the proprietress could not contain her curiosity and went to take a look. When she returned, Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, is that a genuine product?" To which she replied, "Red Cloud's auction house is directly owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. With their reputation at stake, they will not make fraudulent claims regarding auction items. The item itself should be real, but what? But, even if that item is genuine, don't think that you can refine another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill with that pill recipe. One of the main ingredients has long since gone extinct. Do you think they would have offered up the pill recipe if there was a way to refine the spirit pill themselves?" The realization struck Bai Qi, the pill recipe is useless, but they offered the pill recipe together with the spirit pill. That will give people the illusion of having received a great bargain, so the price will naturally go up. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is the main ingredient that has gone extinct?" Before the proprietress could answer, he heard somebody inside one of the private rooms exclaim loudly, "World Source Liquid is a treasure that can only be formed when new worlds are born. Where will we find something like that? This pill recipe is useless." Useless? Yang Kai was stunned by those words, "World Source Liquid?" The proprietress nodded, "That's right. The main ingredient that has long gone extinct is World Source Liquid. Unless you can find a newly formed world. Why do you have such unnatural expressions?" She looked up only to see Yang Kai and Old Bai staring at each other with extremely strange looks. Old Bai blinked and pointed at Yang Kai, "He has World Source Liquid." Bai Qi was disturbed by Qin Ji Ling Chun Qiu, and Yuhi during his advancement into the Open Heaven realm back in the Sealing Yang domain and nearly lost his life as a result. In the end, Yang Kai had given him World Source Liquid with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine couldn't harm it. That was what pulled him back from the brink of failure. He would not be alive today if not for Yang Kai. Consuming World Source Liquid was a wonderful experience. It felt as though his entire being had been transported back to the time when the world was first created, allowing him to witness the beginning of heaven and earth splitting apart. Even now, he could still recall the experience vividly. Both the proprietress and Yuhi turned to stare at Yang Kai with their beautiful eyes, unable to hide their surprise. "You really have World Source Liquid?" Yang Kai nodded woodenly. You might even obtain the inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Yang Kai jumped in surprise. The inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch? The small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would contain his entire lifetime's worth of assets and his true inheritance. It was only natural that it would attract countless people's attention. Even if he was currently rich enough to buy a country, Yang Kai couldn't help coveting those riches. He was tempted to rush into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven right now to explore the place thoroughly. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has opened countless times since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch and many of the resources have been taken by others before us, there are many who obtained great benefits each time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. It generally resulted in their strength soaring. Calculating the years, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is indeed about to open again. Red Cloud's auction house planned this all out. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open and Red Cloud's auction house suddenly brought out a map for this auction. It was obvious that they were planning to use this opportunity to earn a huge fortune. Yang Kai licked his dry lips. How long before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens? Old Bai said, around half a year or so. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he heard those words. Glancing at the proprietress, he asked her a question. Proprietress, you previously asked me to wait for half a year for an opportunity. Could it be related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? When he asked her to help him keep an eye out for high-rank resources, she had returned a less than optimistic answer. She only told him that he had to wait for half a year for a possible opportunity. Judging by the situation, it was most likely related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Sure enough, the proprietress nodded. Somebody once found a 7th Order material inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That place might have what you need. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help blazing with excitement. Thinking about it again, it was not surprising. That was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. It contained all the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his lifetime. What were 7th Order materials in comparison? There might even be 8th Order materials inside. While they were conversing with each other, the first round of bidding for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven ended. The cultivators in 10 of the private rooms had won the maps, though everybody was very restrained in their bidding. The starting price was 500,000 and the final price was only 700,000. Red Cloud's auction house had brought out 100 copies after all, so there was no need to compete too hard. After several rounds of auction, all 100 copies of the map had been sold. The entire process had only taken an hour or so. They were basically sold at prices ranging from 7 to 800,000 open heaven pills each. Yang Kai silently made some calculations. Just from the map alone, Red Cloud's auction house obtained a profit of close to 70 million open heaven pills. Thus he couldn't help feeling extremely envious. If Void Land could have such skills one day, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Right after the map was sold, the old man on the stage took out a piece of jade that was one part of two halves. This is the next item for auction. It might be an array jade. It might also be a key. This jade came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As soon as those words rang out, the audience was shocked. The auction house had first sold off 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's map. Then they brought out this jade from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to auction. Chapter 42:17 Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's auction house? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Void Land, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even Yuhi needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion open heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth and water element powers in his body for so long, but even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed. But Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future, but it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow cast the sun. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai and Bai Qi. Chapter 42-28, Refining the Yang Element. The group of 4 from First Inn said their goodbyes to the old man of Red Cloud's auction house under the leadership of the proprietress. Yang Kai walked along the streets in a good mood, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Old Bai turned to look at Yang Kai. "Laugh if you want to. Why do you have to hold it in so painfully?" Yang Kai immediately burst into laughter, causing other people to look sideways at him repeatedly as though thinking that this person had problems with his head. The proprietress pursed her lips. "I'm very curious about what you added into your bid at the ending that made Yi Jian so happy that he immediately decided to trade with you." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. "Proprietress, you are so beautiful and intelligent. Why don't you take a guess?" She reached out and flicked a finger at his forehead angrily. "Are you trying to test me?" To which he replied unhappily, "Proprietress, I'm an adult. You can talk, but you should not resort to violence so often, okay? The moment the words left his mouth, her leg flew out from under her skirt to kick him in the calf. He immediately staggered and lost his balance. For a moment, he grimaced in pain and clutched at his leg while hopping around in agony. She smiled lightly. You first used the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill to impress Yi Jian. That's what made him choose you. Judging by his actions, he cherishes his son Yi Ziying very much. Otherwise, he would not have declined the offer from Red Cloud's auction house. I'm guessing that the item you offered at the last moment was also something that will be useful for Yi Ziying. Yang Kai and Yu He looked at each other, then Yang Kai gave the proprietress a thumbs up. Yi Ziying's problem is very simple. It's a case of forcibly condensing sixth-order elements despite not having enough aptitude, which caused his Dao seal to become unstable as a result. He will face a huge risk during his advancement. While the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill can alleviate this situation a little, it cannot guarantee that he will succeed in his advancement. In that case, what you brought out can also increase the success rate of his advancement? While saying so, the proprietress smiled slightly, but precious treasures that can increase the success rate of advancing into the open heaven realm are extremely rare throughout the vast universe. Normal people will never get the opportunity to come across these items. Nevertheless, you have one such item in your possession. So, I'm guessing that it is probably world source liquid. There was a slight pause, after which she frowned deeply. That's not right. The heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill is a spirit pill refined from world source liquid, so they will have the same effect. Moreover, the effects will be stronger with the refined spirit pill. If I were Yi Jian, I would not have been interested in world source liquid since I already have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill in my possession. After all, these things do not work under the principle of the more the better for a cultivator. Under the premise that the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill works, world source liquid will not further improve the success rate of Yi Ziying's advancement. Yang Kai nodded. It's not the world source liquid. Has proprietress ever heard of the divine Dao water? Divine Dao water? She was taken aback by those words and stared at him in astonishment. You actually have divine Dao water in your possession? She was very well informed, so it was only natural that she knew about divine Dao water. The divine Dao water that he possessed was something Zhu Jiuyin had given to him in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in order for him to strengthen his Dao seal. Fortunately, his soul was very powerful, so splitting his consciousness to do three things at once was nothing to him. Even so, it would place a heavy burden on his mind if things were to continue in this state for a long time. At some point, it would probably begin to affect his ability to engage in combat. Under the guidance of his Dao seal, the pure yang element power slowly poured into his Dao seal. The original four colors now had an additional faint golden radiance added. The golden color gradually blended into his Dao seal and complemented the other four existing colors. It was an extremely mysterious sight to behold. Chapter 42-29, Alchemy. After making it through the most difficult part, Yang Kai gradually felt that his stomach was no longer bulging so painfully. He had almost finished refining the yang element power, and the most notable change was that the golden color in his Dao seal had increased significantly. Taking the primordial yang profound ginseng out of the heavenly yin jade box again, he determinedly took a few more bites. The golden yang element power exploded in his body once more, squeezing his internal organs together painfully. The energy filled his entire body, along with his physique and meridians. It even made his entire body emit a faint golden light. Mobilizing the power of his Dao seal again, he guided the yang element power into it. Yang Kai simply repeated these steps over and over again. He did not know how long had passed, but the yang element power in his Dao seal gradually became saturated, while the primordial yang profound ginseng he spent nearly 300 million open heaven pills to obtain was completely consumed in exchange. When the last bit of the primordial yang profound ginseng's medicinal efficacies dissolved into his belly and the yang element power poured into his Dao seal, Yang Kai suddenly felt an unusual change occurring in his body. He immediately understood what had happened. His yang element had been completed. That meant that there were only 2 more steps left before he advanced into the open heaven realm. Moreover, he had entered the half-step open heaven realm. Generally speaking, A cultivator could call themselves a half-step open heaven realm master once they condensed 5 elements. This was not a realm, but it was undeniable that they could exert more power than ordinary Emperor realm masters. Becoming a half-step open heaven realm master was of great significance to other cultivators. That was because they could look forward to advancing into the true open heaven realm once they reached this point in their cultivation. In addition, their strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it was useless to Yang Kai. That was because he was already on par with low-rank open heaven realm masters in terms of strength when he had only condensed 4 elements. Not to mention he had to concentrate on 3 tasks at once now that he had refined the 7th order Yang element power, since he needed to operate the defying Yin-Yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times to maintain the stability of his Dao seal. Therefore, his strength had not increased by much. It would not end at having to concentrate on 3 tasks at once. In the future he might need to concentrate on 4 tasks at once upon condensing his Yin element. The impact would be greater than what he was experiencing now. Hence, the best solution was for him to condense the metal element power first. That way he could correct the sequence so that he no longer needed to work so hard to maintain the defying Yin-Yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture at all times. It was just that. High-rank resources were hard to come by. Who could say whether he would obtain a metal element treasure or Yin element treasure first? After calming down, Yang Kai checked his body and confirmed that there were no hidden dangers. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. A quick calculation indicated that he had taken almost 2 months to refine the primordial Yang profound ginseng. This period of time could not be considered long. If it were any other cultivator, they would likely have taken a year or 2 to complete the refinement process, and that was only if they actually succeeded in the end. It might even have taken them 3 to 5 years to complete the refinement process. Condensing the Yin, Yang and 5 elements placed an extremely heavy burden on one's Dao seal after all. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few more months. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to continue keeping an eye on this matter, proprietress. I will continue to cultivate in retreat. Let me know as soon as possible if you receive news regarding the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Don't worry. I will not let you miss this opportunity. She gave him a displeased look. Knowing that he had other things to do, she said a few more things before leaving with Yu He in tow. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai reactivated the barriers and took a short rest for 2 days to recover from his fatigue. 2 days later he summoned an alchemy furnace. He took out the space ring that Yu He had given him earlier and the pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that he obtained from Red Cloud's auction house. He was going to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This item was extremely invaluable. Yi Jian and Ting Wang had been willing to place a bid of more than 20 million open heaven pills just to obtain this spirit pill. Once he managed to refine this item, Void Land would never need to worry about cultivation or development resources again. 2 months ago, Yang Kai instructed Yu He to purchase all the necessary alchemy ingredients according to the pill recipe. The Star City in Thousand Birds territory was a large-scale one where almost anything could be found for purchase with some effort. Not to mention they were backed by an intelligence network of first in. Acquiring the ingredients listed in the pill recipe had not been hard. At present, the space ring contained enough ingredients for him to refine 200 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was meant for cultivators in the Emperor realm to consume when advancing into the open heaven realm. Therefore it was not a high-grade spirit pill. It was just that the main ingredient had gone extinct, causing the spirit pill to be lost with the passing of time. With his alchemy skills, Yang Kai was confident he could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. However, it was uncertain as to what quality he could produce. He was neither expecting to succeed on his first try nor to refine a spirit pill with pill veins or pill clouds. It would already be a huge harvest as long as he managed to successfully refine 10% of the 200 portions of ingredients. A short while later he took out some of the pill powder that he previously scraped off from the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, extracted a small pinch and placed it in his mouth to savor the taste. In doing so he slowly deduced the process of refinement from the medicinal efficacies. All sorts of thoughts flowed through his mind like a shower of sparks. Half a month later, he finally formed a plan in his heart and began warming the alchemy furnace. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of a cultivator when advancing into the open heaven realm, while World Source liquid had the same effects. Back then, Old Bai had suffered from interference during his advancement and nearly died as a result. At the time, Yang Kai had used the world source liquid to pull him back from the brink of death. In comparison, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, which was refined with world source liquid as its main ingredient, had even stronger effects. Not only did it have the effect of allowing a cultivator to experience the atmosphere of when a world was first born, but it also had the effect of stabilizing their Tao Seal. In addition, each Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill only needed 1 drop of the world source liquid. Yang Kai had used 2 bottles of world source liquid to save old Bai's life back then, enough to produce several dozen Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Otherwise, the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises would not be limited to only one identity token as their trump card. Just by looking at the proprietress' current condition, Yang Kai could tell that sealing her divine ability into this bead had consumed a lot of her energy. You fool. He glared at her. I might only be in the half-step open heaven realm right now, but it's not as if you don't know about my strength. More than one low-rank open heaven realm master has died at my hands. No matter how dangerous the blood monster cave heaven is, who can do anything to me? Don't be careless. The blood monster cave heaven is not as simple as you imagine. There is no saying whether you might run into some sort of trouble. It'll be safer with one of my divine abilities protecting you. Although the power that can be summoned through this method is only half of my full strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the power of an open heaven master below the 5th order. Yang Kai did not know what to say to her. A moment later, she handed another item to him and said tiredly, "Take this with you too." "What is this?" He reached out a hand and took the item from her. He discovered that it was an extremely peculiar wooden token around the size of a palm. It looked rather old. Furthermore, there were strange patterns carved into it like a totem. "A favor," she murmured softly. "A favor? A favor from whom?" He was bewildered. However, the proprietress did not say anything else. She simply said, "In any case, just take it with you. Maybe it'll come in handy, maybe not. It's just in case." After saying that, she did not give him a chance to speak again and waved him off instead. "Go out. I need to rest." A wave of gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him out of the door. Afterwards, the door of the room closed behind him with a bang. The wooden token and the round bead in his hands felt extremely heavy. Half a month after leaving the Star City in Thousand Birds territory, the Falling Lotus finally came to a gradual stop. Old Bai, who was in charge of navigating, let out a long breath. "We've finally arrived." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly took out his universe chart to check their location. A short while later he was surprised. That was because this great territory was known as Blood Monster Territory. Unlike most other great territories, there were no other great forces in this Blood Monster Territory. There wasn't even a single universe world with any living creatures in it. It could be said that the entire Blood Monster Territory was completely devoid of life. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. It had to be said that it didn't matter which great territory it was, as long as a great territory was labeled on the universe chart, then there was bound to be many great forces and universe worlds in it. All the known great forces and universe worlds were recorded in the universe chart. Even a great territory as isolated as the one where the star boundary was located was no exception. However, there was nothing recorded in the Blood Monster Territory. How could such a peculiar great territory exist in the world? Seeming to notice Yang Kai's confusion, Old Bai explained with a smile, "The Blood Monster Territory used to be no different from other great territories. It also used to have some great forces. Moreover, the number was not small. Yang Kai asked, "Then why did it become like this?" Old Bai replied, "Of course it's because of the blood monster cave heaven. Take a look outside." Yang Kai turned to look outside and quickly discovered a strange scene. There were countless flight-type artifacts weaving through the void as far as the eye could see. There were also some that were motionless in the void like the falling lotus. Chapter 42-33, Securing a Spot. What Old Bai mentioned immediately resolved all the questions that had been puzzling Yang Kai. He had felt that something was a little strange when he first heard about the sealed world known as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a small universe left behind after the death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and contained the inheritance and wealth of that master. How could anybody ignore such shocking benefits? Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such riches. If they coveted these riches, then why didn't the cave heavens and paradises keep firm control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Why did they allow other cultivators to enter? Why did they allow this to become a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds? He had been unable to figure out the answer to these questions, so he eventually stopped wondering about it. It was not until this moment that he learned the truth. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises did not want to, but rather that they could not. In the beginning, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were few and far between. Thus, a few powerful forces could control the entrances and prevent the others from entering. Only disciples from their respective great forces would be selected to enter and explore the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. On the contrary, how could the cave heavens and paradises guard the entrances when one could appear anywhere in the Blood Monster territory? It was precisely because of this reason that the second-class great forces, the third-class great forces, the lesser-known organizations, and even the rogue cultivators acting alone had the opportunity to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to take a share of the benefits. Old Bai continued, the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven are also becoming increasingly unstable. Sometimes, it is nothing more than a flash of light even when it appears in front of your eyes. It might vanish into thin air before you even get the chance to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even if it did not vanish, each entrance can only allow one person to enter before it would collapse completely. Each entrance can only allow one person to enter? Yang Kai was stunned. Old Bai gently nodded, that's right. You should now understand why I previously mentioned that although many cultivators flock to the Blood Monster territory, not many can actually enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the end. Yang Kai was enlightened. According to Old Bai, one had to fight to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. An entrance might appear in front of several cultivators, but that entrance could only support one person passing through before it vanished. The rest could only watch helplessly. In this way, only a few people could seize the opportunity to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Old Bai snorted softly. Every time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens, more than 1 million cultivators gather in the Blood Monster territory. No, there might even be tens of millions of them. It's just that most of them come here for nothing. Yang Kai agreed with those words. They too had arrived at the Blood Monster territory. However, flight-type artifacts and cultivators were weaving about in the void everywhere as far as the eye could see. The numbers were indeed nothing to scoff at. Not to mention, these were only the ones that he could see. There were more out there that he could not see. After all, this situation was prevalent across the entire Blood Monster territory at the moment. After pondering in silence for a moment, he turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. When it's almost time, you should enter the small sealed world. Many people had come with him on this trip. When their discussion was settled, the proprietress said, "Let's go. We need to secure a spot." Secure a spot? Yang Kai was taken aback by those words. Old Bai explained, there are a few more days until the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens. Since we arrived early, it stands to reason that we should occupy a favorable spot for ourselves. Take a look outside. Those with some measure of strength have claimed a large patch of the void and are preventing others from approaching them. That area is the territory that they have secured for themselves. If an entrance appears within their territory, they would have the advantage of being slightly closer to the target. Yang Kai immediately understood. The falling lotus moved forward once more to head towards the depths of the void to find a suitable area to occupy. The people from First Inn could not be considered late, but even more people had arrived before them. They searched for a long time but could not find a suitable position. Everywhere they went, numerous great forces had already occupied territories of various shapes and sizes. In addition, Open Heaven Realm Masters constantly patrolled the edges of the territory to chase away other cultivators who accidentally stumbled too close. Yang Kai even saw a gigantic and domineering palace towering in the void from a distance. A radius of 10,000 kilometers around that palace was completely empty. The artifacts and cultivators that came and went in a steady stream had to fly around the gigantic palace that was in the middle of their path. Needless to say, that gigantic palace belonged to either a cave heaven or a paradise. Only a first-class great force could afford to create an artifact like that. That was a symbol of their identity and status. By placing this impressive and majestic artifact in the void, everybody had no choice but to show respect to them. There was more than one palace similar to this gigantic palace scattered around. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, which came to a total of 108 first-class great forces. Each of these great forces would send representatives forward whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. Furthermore, each of these great forces would dispatch many of their disciples and bring out their large-scale flight-type artifacts. The Falling Lotus was quite extraordinary in and of itself, but it was nothing compared to those artifacts belonging to the first-class great forces. There were many artifacts and cultivators coming and going. Like First Inn, all of them were searching for a strategic but unclaimed position. Under most circumstances, everybody was rather restrained. There was an unspoken rule of first come, first served. If a certain spot was taken by somebody, then the others would bypass that area. Unfortunately, there were always people who liked to break the rules. They generally also believed that they were extremely powerful. Therefore, fights constantly broke out all over the Blood Monster territory. It was truly chaotic. As the Falling Lotus traveled along, Yang Kai saw many battles occurring. Some were small quarrels with several disciples in the Emperor realm attacking each other. There were also some battles that were fought with their respective lives on the line. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the groups were caught up in such fights. Divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed everywhere. At the same time, blood and severed limbs flew in all directions. Yang Kai also saw the broken remains of many artifacts that appeared to have been of no worse quality than the Falling Lotus. That just went to show the intensity of these battles. The fights were already so intense before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven even opened, so what kind of situation would occur when entrances began to appear? Just thinking about it caused him to shiver. Chapter 4235 People from Shenyuan Cave Heaven. A short while later, the proprietress' expression darkened. It was obvious that her attempt at communication had not gone smoothly. At this moment, the enormous palace arrived in front of them and came to a steady halt. Yang Kai looked up, feeling shocked. Just by looking from a distance, he could tell that the palace was huge. Even so, it wasn't until it was right in front of him that he realized it truly was a giant existence. The Falling Lotus was certainly not small and could accommodate several dozen to several hundred people without feeling the slightest bit crowded. Nevertheless, the Falling Lotus looked like a small blade of grass standing beside a huge tree when compared to the palace artifact of Shenyuan Cave Heaven. The palace was at least 10 times the size of the Falling Lotus. Its huge shadow loomed over the Falling Lotus, producing a kind of gloomy air. A plaque on the front of the main gate of the palace was emblazoned with the words, 5 Elements Palace. The characters shone brilliantly in radiant golden light. 3 people stood side by side on the front steps of the 5 Elements Palace. They consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Moreover, one of them was Senior Brother Gua, whom Yang Kai once met at the auction house. At this moment, Senior Brother Gua squeezed out an embarrassed smile at the proprietress. His smile was mixed with a slight sense of helplessness. In addition to Senior Brother Gua, there was a dry elderly old man. He could only be described as thin and withered-looking, almost like a bamboo stick. His robes were flapping around him noisily. His expression was not angry, but he had an imposing temperament. On the other hand, the woman was extremely glamorous. She was petite and had exquisite features. She also had a pair of peach blossom eyes that overflowed with seductive charm. Yang Kai could not determine the cultivation of these three people at all. He only knew that Senior Brother Guo was on par with the proprietress in terms of strength. In other words, Senior Brother Guo was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Even so, it did not seem as though he was in charge of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's current contingent. That was because both he and the glamorous woman were standing half a step behind the elderly man. With such obvious positioning, it could be seen that this elderly man's status in Xianyuan Cave Heaven was higher than that of Senior Brother Guo and the glamorous woman. Yang Kai was startled. Senior Brother Guo is already in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Could it be that the elderly man is in the Seventh Order? However, that didn't make sense. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was indeed of great importance and a grand event that involved the entire 3,000 worlds. Almost all the great forces would participate in this event. Even the Cave Heavens and Paradises were no exception. Even so, the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters held such noble statuses, so how could they possibly bother themselves over something like this? It had to be said that the incident involving the Golden Crow Divine Palace had only brought out several high-rank Open Heaven realm masters because an 8-order material was involved. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the proprietress bowed. First Inslan Yurua greets Elder Chu. Then, she nodded to the glamorous woman lightly, Junior Sister Han. As for Senior Brother Guo, she outright ignored him. Junior Sister Han returned the greeting with a soft voice, Senior Sister Lan. She then eyed Old Bai and Yu He with interest. In particular, she took a closer look at Yu He. The proprietress nodded and glanced at Elder Chu. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to open. Why did you come here, Elder Chu? Elder Chu had a dried-out appearance, and his voice was just as dry as his appearance. In his opinion, he probably felt that there was no need for him to explain anything to a mere Emperor Realm Jr. with his status. He simply glanced at the proprietress and exerted an invisible pressure on her. The proprietress was obviously a little annoyed, but she managed to suppress her anger. Although there are many people in the Blood Monster territory at the moment, it should not be a problem for you to obtain a territory with your strength and prestige. Isn't that right, Elder Chu? Why do you specifically target me? Elder Chu replied indifferently, that's true. It is very easy for this old master to occupy a territory if he wanted to. I believe no one would dare not give the main sect face. However, won't the main sect be slandered as an entity that abuses its strength to bully the weak if this old master were to do that? That would definitely result in damage to the main sect's reputation. That is not desirable. Not desirable at all. Yang Kai was furious. Snatching somebody else's territory is an abuse of your strength and bullying the weak, so you targeted one of your own instead? For the sake of something like reputation, you can damage the interests of one of your own? What kind of logic is that? Both Elder Chu and Senior Brother Guo frowned and gave Yang Kai a displeased look. On the other hand, a young man who had been standing behind Elder Chu immediately leapt forward and scolded Yang Kai without a trace of politeness. The elders are speaking. How dare a mere Emperor Realm Jr. interrupt them with your nonsense? This young man had been standing behind Elder Chu without saying a word this entire time, but he had an extraordinary bearing. It was easy to tell that he was probably one of the elite disciples of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Yang Kai had interrupted twice. Due to Elder Chu's status, it was inconvenient for him to say anything. In comparison, this young man was not bound by such scruples. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the young man and curled his lips. With such bold talk, I was wondering which high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master it was. It turns out to be nothing more than an Emperor Realm Jr. The young man coldly snorted with a look of disdain. There are vast differences between Emperor Realm cultivators. Although both you and I are Emperor Realm Masters at the moment, I am destined to stand above the clouds in the future while you are destined to wallow in the mud. I will be looking down on you from above. Let's see if you still dare to speak to me in that manner then. Yang Kai sneered. Then you better start praying so that you never meet me in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Otherwise, I will beat you so badly that you'll resemble a pig's head. The young man burst into laughter. This is the first time I've ever met such a crazed junior before. Let's see whether you can even enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the first place. Who knows? You might not even get the chance. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Even if you can't enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I can. The two Emperor Realm cultivators were arguing in front of a group of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. Furthermore, neither of them was willing to back down. It was quite a strange sight. Senior Brother Guo couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he looked at the proprietress with a grimace. "Junior sister, please reprimand your people." The proprietress replied calmly, "Senior brother, why don't you reprimand your people first?" Elder Chu spoke up, "Why are you all making so much noise? Cease this nonsense." His expression that had always remained as tranquil as an ancient well was tainted with a hint of rage. He glared at the proprietress. "Firstin doesn't have that many people in the first place. Why do you need to occupy such a large territory? Many people from the main sect came on this trip." Chapter 4236 Enxian Zhao. Senior Brother Guo laughed. "Affairs between the children should be left to them. As seniors, it's enough if we just watch over them. What do you think, Senior Brother Chu?" Elder Chu coldly snorted, but his expression did not change in the slightest. Although he did not agree with this method, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could open at any time now. If he rejected the suggestion at this time, he might really fail to find even the last spot available. Thus, he immediately replied unhappily, "If you go back on your word, this old master will definitely report this matter to Elder C. Tuesday. I'll see how you still dare to hold your head high to face him then." The proprietress didn't even bother to look at him, treating him as though he were a fart in the wind. Hence, a strange sight appeared in the void. The gigantic Five Elements Palace and the much smaller Falling Lotus coexisted peacefully in that piece of territory that could not be considered large. It had to be said that countless great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds were gathered in the Blood Monster territory at the moment. Both large and small great forces would occupy a territory that belonged solely to them. In that way they would have the advantage of being closer if the entrance to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were to appear in front of them. There were no other great forces in the Blood Monster territory in the same situation as First In and Shenyuan Cave Heaven. "Smelly brat, what crazy idea are you cooking up now?" The proprietress couldn't help asking when she saw Yang Kai sneakily studying his surroundings. The one who agreed to Senior Brother Guo's suggestion earlier had also been him. Although she could guess that he was up to no good, she had no idea what he planned to do. Yang Kai did not answer. Instead, he asked a completely different question. "Proprietress, is First In directly under Shenyuan Cave Heaven?" She replied, "Nonsense. The old man is the owner of First In. Even though the old man is one of the elders of Shenyuan Cave Heaven, First In is considered the old man's private asset." Private asset? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He might not know how much income First In brought in, but he was certain that they were raking in profit every single day. Not to mention that there were so many branches across numerous great territories. "I can't believe such a great force is nothing more than the private assets of that old man surnamed C. Tuesday. I have to say, the heritage of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is just so different from our own. Then, will it trouble First In if I were to make the people from Shenyuan Cave Heaven suffer a little?" She sneered. "In that case I'll be looking forward to it. What do you plan to do? You just need to watch the good show later." While speaking, Yang Kai's gaze shifted towards the Five Elements Palace. He just so happened to meet the gaze of the young man who had been quarreling with him before. For eyes suddenly met, but the young man's expression was filled with contempt. He reached up and slowly slid his hand across his neck like a blade. The threat behind his actions were obvious. Yang Kai sneered in his heart and directed a question at the proprietress. "Who is that guy? He looks like a complete wastrel." She raised her head and glanced in that direction. "I forgot his name, but he is probably that old dog's legacy disciple." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned. "I got it." Staring at the young man deeply, Yang Kai suddenly announced, "It's still early. I'm going to take a walk." After saying that, he slipped out with his hands behind his back. He looked absolutely carefree, almost as if he was going sightseeing. An artifact that can hold living beings is extremely rare. Where did he obtain something like that? He was puzzled. She glanced at the proprietress. I'm afraid she must have given it to him. Elder Chu was furious. That junior thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he is proficient in the Tao of space? He is not respecting the main sect in the slightest. That bastard. Elder, please calm down. The glamorous woman quickly tried to comfort him. The Tao of space might be amazing, but there is still just one of him. He can't create clones out of himself. It is only just the beginning. I'm sure many entrances will appear in this large void. It's impossible for him to steal all of them. Besides, he is only in the Emperor realm. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, there must be limits to the distance he can teleport. As long as an entrance appears outside of his range, he will not be able to do anything either. As though to verify her words, 5 red points of light flickered throughout the void following the consecutive appearances of the 3 entrances earlier. The 5 red dots swiftly enlarged and turned into entrances. Yang Kai's figure flickered rapidly. Even so, he only managed to steal 3 entrances. The other 2 were taken by Xian Yuan Cave Heaven disciples. Elder Chu's expression finally eased slightly at the sight. The main sect only managed to obtain 2 entrances, so only 2 disciples could enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, it could be considered a good start. More than a dozen kilometers away from the 5 Elements Palace, the proprietress shook her head slowly. Smelly brat, you are the embodiment of the saying revenge is a dish best served warm. It was not until this moment that she understood the reason for the question he asked previously. It would seem that he had already planned to make things difficult for Shen Yuan Cave Heaven beforehand. It was just that he was worried about causing trouble for First In. That was why he asked if First In would be placed in a difficult position if Shen Yuan Cave Heaven was humiliated slightly. At this rate, Shen Yuan Cave Heaven would not just suffer a small loss, they would suffer a terrible one. Be that as it may, it was Elder Chu who came looking for trouble first. If he had chosen to station himself elsewhere, this would not have happened. Unfortunately, they assumed that First In was easily bullied and forced their way into this area. With Yang Kai's temperament, how could he let others be happy when he was unhappy? This was a typical act of hindering the success of others even though these actions served no benefit to him. As long as the distance between these 2 space beacons is not too outrageous, they can be used as anchor points to connect 2 places across the void. The proprietress was enlightened. So, you're saying that Brat left a space beacon in the vicinity beforehand. Then, she suddenly recalled how Yang Kai had wandered aimlessly throughout the territory with his hands behind his back before the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven began opening. Judging by the current situation, he was actually making preparations in advance even though he looked like he had only been taking a leisurely stroll. Furthermore, he must have scattered more than 1 space beacon. Crafty little bastard, she spat softly. It would seem that he had already been conspiring to do this when he agreed to Shen Yuan Cave Heaven's unreasonable request back then. Xan Zhao was Elder Chu's legacy disciple. Moreover, he quarreled with Yang Kai earlier. It would have been strange if Yang Kai did not harass him. Predictably, Yang Kai had immediately rushed back as soon as he detected an entrance appearing in this area. He even went so far as to ignore other entrances that appeared closer to him. At this moment, Xan Zhao looked like he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to the side to look at Yang Kai, who was racing forward side by side with him, with a horrified expression on his face. On the other hand, Yang Kai winked at Xan Zhao, then his figure flashed and he vanished out of sight. Xan Zhao raised his head to look forward. Sure enough, Yang Kai's figure reappeared in front of the nearby entrance. However, he did not send anybody through the entrance immediately. He simply stood there with a teasing expression and gazed at Xan Zhao. The blood portal swirled endlessly a dozen meters behind him, connecting to the universe world like a huge mouth that was gaping open in silent mockery. Xan Zhao was furious. His emperor chi surged and he bellowed, "Scram!" His speed abruptly increased, almost as if he intended to rush into the entrance while Yang Kai was unprepared. Yang Kai did not bother to dodge aside. He simply stretched out his arm in front of him in slow motion. Space Principle surged and with a strike of his palm he shouted, "Near. Distant horizon." This palm strike held no destructive force. Enxen Zhao was initially on guard against the attack, but contrary to his expectations, no attack came. He was feeling bewildered when he suddenly discovered that he could not approach Yang Kai at all no matter how fast he flew forward. That hateful face continued to smile at him from a few hundred meters away. Meanwhile, the void beneath his feet seemed to extend infinitely despite his constant forward movement. It filled him with an inexplicable sense of terror. Although he had heard from senior brother Gua about how Yu Luo Sha had been defeated by this man in a single move, he had subconsciously refused to believe it. After all, he was familiar with Yu Luo Sha's abilities. More importantly, he had his pride as an elite disciple of Shen Yuan Cave Heaven and the legacy disciple of Elder Chu. He did not consider himself inferior to anybody. He even had the impulsive thought of fighting Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to determine who was better between them. Unfortunately, it would now seem that this person's methods were both profound and mysterious. It was certainly extremely unusual. Just the divine ability, near-distant horizon, alone was something he had never heard of before. Be that as it may, he was still a core disciple of Shen Yuan Cave Heaven with amazing talent and disposition. As soon as he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately reacted with a loud roar. A violent force erupted from his body and his fists transformed into a rain of shadows that struck out in all directions. He hastily tried to correct his posture to stabilize his body, but to his horror and surprise, he found that there was an invisible restriction of some sort in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, preventing him from flying. This was the small universe left behind by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. The restrictions placed within the world were not something an Emperor Realm cultivator like him could ignore. This place had gone through the baptism of endless years and many of the restrictions had fallen into disrepair. Even so, restraining the abilities of Emperor Realm cultivators was not an issue. Yang Kai was flustered for a short moment. Lowering his head, he saw that he was no more than a few dozen kilometers above ground. It was just that he was falling out of the sky at a high speed. Be that as it may, he did not panic. He had a half-dragon body, so although it might hurt to fall from such a height, it would not endanger his life. The key point was that he had not appeared at a very favorable location. There was a group of hyena-like monster beasts in the plain directly below him. These monster beasts numbered over 100 and they had a ferocious aura about them. Seeming to detect the scent of a human, one of the hyenas looked up and let out several short but fierce yelps. Consequently, more than 100 hyenas soon raised their heads and swarmed around the area where Yang Kai was going to land. They bared their fangs and howled endlessly, seeming extremely hostile. It was Yang Kai's first time in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so he was clueless about the strength of these monster beasts. The idea of using them to practice his skills immediately popped into his head. His figure fell rapidly like a meteorite falling out of the sky. When he was about 3 kilometers away from the ground, he stretched out a finger and flicked repeatedly. Pitch-black moon blades slashed out, tearing space apart. Slashing sounds echoed, accompanied by blood splattering everywhere. The bodies of the monster beasts that were gathered around in one spot were torn apart by the moon blades. They collapsed in a pool of blood. With one attack, more than half out of the 100 or so hyena-like monster beasts were either killed or severely injured. Yang Kai crashed down a moment later, blasting a crater in the ground with a loud boom. The ground cracked and split apart around him. In addition, dust flew up in a cloud in all directions. The short but fierce barks of those hyenas sounded mournfully all around him. By the time he stood up and cast a secret technique to get rid of all the smoke and dust, there was only a pile of monster beast carcasses left lying on the ground. The rest of the monster beasts had turned tail and fled. Trash. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had thought that these monster beasts were powerful when he saw how fierce and hostile they were. It was also accompanied by a strange hissing sound. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. This fog was truly impressive. Not only did it have the effects of obstructing both his sight and divine sense, but it was also highly caustic. The poison was so strong that Yang Kai had never seen a match for it before. If ordinary cultivators fell into such an environment, only death would await them. It was fortunate that he had a powerful dragon clan bloodline and half-dragon body, so Yang Kai had a natural resistance to poison. The poison in this fog might be powerful, but it was not enough to kill him, it would only cause him some external injuries at most. With his restorative abilities, he would recover quickly once he was outside the range of this fog. Not far away came the screams of the other cultivator from earlier. The screams were filled with great agony, as though suffering from horrible injuries. Judging by how the screams kept shifting around, he was probably searching for a way out. "Don't move!" Yang Kai shouted quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sound of a mighty wind slicing through the air rang out, and that cultivator's screams turned into a muffled groan. "Help!" A cry for help resounded through the air, fluctuating erratically due to the rapid movement of his body. He only managed to shout for help once before he went completely silent. Yang Kai could not see anything, but he could imagine what had happened to that person. That person must have been caught and delivered into that toad's mouth, suffering the same fate that befell his companion. This is a fifth-order monster beast at the very least. Yang Kai quickly made a judgment in his heart. The cultivators that could enter the blood monster cave heaven were not generally weak, and if they were weak, then it would only mean that they had very good luck. Otherwise, they could not have managed to secure an entrance for themselves. Even so, the two cultivators from earlier were killed by the toad in an instant. Launching a sneak attack might have helped somewhat, but a fourth-order monster beast could not have killed a peak Emperor Realm cultivator in one move. Yang Kai stood motionlessly in place and waited for a while, but the toad made no movements either. Mulling over the situation, he had the feeling that this toad retained its wild instincts even though it was a high-order beast. Hence, it turned a blind eye to any stationary targets because it could only hunt with great accuracy when its target moved. This logic was in line with the previous 2 times it attacked. After considering all this, Yang Kai could not be bothered to waste more time in this place. He immediately began to sway his body. He had only just begun moving when the soft sound of something slicing through the air came from the depths of the fog. These 5 people consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. They were staring at Yang Kai as though they were looking at a ghost. Shock and disbelief were written all over their eyes. Upon hearing Yang Kai's questions, the young man in the lead nodded, "That's right." Then he examined Yang Kai once more and exclaimed, "Your luck is quite good." As soon as Yang Kai heard this young man's voice, he immediately identified this person as the one who called out to him earlier. This person had thick brows and large eyes, making him look lively and spirited. The lines of his face were rigid though, giving him the feeling of an insightful but battle-tested young man. It could be seen that this person was the leader among these 5. Yang Kai smiled, "And your luck is not very good. How did you get trapped here?" He could tell at a glance that these 5 were standing motionless in this place not because they did not wish to move, but because they were stuck here. There were void cracks surrounding them in all directions. Moreover, some of the void cracks were moving about slowly and silently. These void cracks were imperceptible even with the help of divine sense. Among these 5, 3 of them were covered in blood, making it obvious that they were injured by these void cracks. The young leader shook his head in response, "It's difficult to explain. Let's not talk about this for now. How should I address you?" "Yang Kai." The young man was visibly taken aback by Yang Kai's answer. "You are Yang Kai." The 4 people behind him also looked surprised and glanced at Yang Kai curiously. Similarly, Yang Kai was stunned. "Do you know me?" Then he immediately understood the reason. "Of course. You've probably heard of me." He most likely caught the attention of many cave heavens and paradises after the battle in Thousand Birds Territory's Star City's Azura Arena. First, there was the warning given by the man in charge of the Azura Arena. Then there was the recruitment offer from Senior Brother Guo from Shenyuan Cave Heaven. Seeing as both Azura Heaven and Xianyuan Cave Heaven had noticed his existence, it was not surprising that the great force in charge of Thousand Birds Territory's Star City, Great Battle Heaven, had also heard about him. The young leader did not deny the statement. He simply cupped his fists and said, "So it is Brother Yang. I apologize for my disrespect. This one is Bu Lianzhong." "You're too polite, Brother Bu." Yang Kai nodded. Bu Lianzhong pointed at the four people behind him and introduced them to Yang Kai. After that, he solemnly said, "Brother Yang, this one has a request." Yang Kai gestured, "Please speak freely, Brother Bu." Earlier, Bu Lianzhong had shouted a warning to him after seeing him traveling at high speed, so it was obvious that this person was good-natured. Chapter 42-44, Meeting Chu Huashang again. Many cultivators were gathered around the stele by the side of the blood-colored lake. Even more cultivators were rushing over from all directions, probably having heard about the news here. Otherwise they noticed the strange movements here by chance. Aside from that, Yang Kai also noticed that there were 3 small islands in the lake. Each island was separated by a distance of a couple thousand meters. They were located between the palace in the middle of the lake and the shore of the lake. In other words, one could use these 3 small islands as a foothold in order to reach the palace in the middle of the lake. It was just that nobody was trying to head towards the palace in the middle of the lake even though many people were gathered around the shore. Most of them were gathered around the stele. Some stood with their hands behind their backs while others sat cross-legged on the ground. There were also some who were randomly shaking and swaying their heads. It was unknown what they were trying to do. "Ha! The Blood Monster Divine Palace." A loud burst of laughter rang out. A burly figure rushed over from afar and charged towards the palace in the middle of the lake without hesitation. While doing so, he arrogantly yelled, "Blood Monster Divine Monarch's inheritance is mine. Get out of my way." Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw the cultivator charging across the blood-colored lake. The cultivator was heading for the first island that was nearest to the shore. Before he could fly very far though, a huge wave suddenly rose up from the blood-colored lake, which had seemed like a pool of undisturbed and stagnant water all this time, before coming crashing down on him. He let out a furious roar and immediately surged his strength in defense. Splendid colors lit up around his body and a violent power fluctuation spread out. It was clear that he was a half-step open heaven realm master who had condensed the fifth order elements. He was only 1 step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Thus, his heritage was quite impressive. Given enough time, he would surely become a powerful individual as long as he did not die along the way. However, the burly cultivator was completely powerless to resist the blood-colored wave. The wave crashed down on him, swiftly dissolving the layer of defense around his body like snow under the scorching sun. His defenses didn't even last for a breath. Turning pale with fright, he didn't have the time to do anything else before he was showered from head to toe in blood water. After encountering such a sudden change, how could he not know that he had activated some sort of restriction with his rash actions? For a moment, cold sweat drenched his entire body. He stood in place and did not dare to move. The wave subsided and the blood-colored lake returned to its peaceful state. It was almost as if the scene just now had been nothing more than an illusion. "Ah, I'm fine." That person laughed heartily once more. That was because he turned out to be completely unscathed even after waiting for some time. He initially thought that he had activated some sort of restriction previously and assumed that he was going to die. It turned out that he had simply been overthinking things. Fool. Somebody by the shore looked at the burly cultivator coldly with an expression of scorn and ridicule. Yang Kai also found the situation strange. That burly cultivator had been doused in the blood water, so how could he come out unscathed? Just as he was mulling over this question, he heard that burly cultivator's voice again. "The restriction in this place has fallen into disrepair. It lost its effects a long time ago. And yet you guys are being so cautious. How laughable. Just you wait. I'm going to get the Divine Monarch's inheritance." Yang Kai turned to look at the other party and asked faintly, "Senior brother, how may I help you?" The myriad demons heaven disciple observed Yang Kai carefully and nodded repeatedly. "I knew it. It's you?" When he said the last word, the demon chi in his body churned violently. He raised a hand and slammed his palm down on Yang Kai. Sixth order elements surged in the palm of his hand, turning into a swirling vortex that tried to drag Yang Kai into the depths and strangle him to death. Yang Kai was just about to counter the attack when Bu Lianzhong and the four others activated their powers at the same time and charged out from behind him. The auras of these 5 people connected tightly to form a peculiar formation in an instant. Then the power of these 5 gathered around Bu Lianzhong's body. Bu Lianzhong raised a hand to counter the attack. With a boom, the myriad demons heaven disciples' demon chi was shaken and he was pushed back several steps. On the other hand, Bu Lianzhong and the others gave a muffled grunt and retreated. This fight was evenly matched. It was just that Bu Lianzhong had borrowed the might of that formation to gather the power of all 5 of them. Meanwhile, the myriad demons heaven disciple was all alone. It could be seen that the strength of Bu Lianzhong and the others was far inferior to this myriad demons heaven disciple. Great battle heaven? The myriad demons heaven disciple glanced at Bu Lianzhong and the others coldly. "Are you courting death? How dare you intervene in my affairs? If you dare make another move, I will kill you along with him." Bu Lianzhong quickly said, "I have long heard that the disciples of myriad demons heaven are extremely arrogant and tend to look down on everybody else. I originally thought that those claims were an exaggeration, but it turns out to be true. You might be powerful, senior brother Pei, but my fellow brothers and I are not weak either if we fight with our lives on the line." The myriad demons heaven disciple tilted his head to the side. "Do you know me?" Bu Lianzhong said seriously, "Pei Wenxian of myriad demons heaven. Senior brother Pei, you are so famous, how can I not recognize you?" His words might seem like he was answering the question, but he was actually explaining this person's origins to Yang Kai. Pei Wenxian grinned, showing off his fangs. He looked at Bu Lianzhong with approval. "You can recognize me, yet you still dare to say such words to me. The people of Great Battle Heaven are courageous indeed. But you're dreaming if you think you can stop me with your abilities. It might work if it were your eldest senior brother instead. Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Bu Lianzhong and the others were Great Battle Heaven disciples. It would not have mattered if he had killed them in secret, as long as the secret was not leaked. However, there were so many eyes watching in this place. It would be troublesome if he killed them here. After all, Great Battle Heaven was not to be trifled with. "What if you include me?" A soft and gentle voice rang out. It was accompanied by a delightful fragrance that tickled the nose. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. The person who arrived had an extremely graceful image. Her appearance was exquisite and captivating. Her twin peaks were also so generous that it drew many people's attention. Her dark hair was tied behind her head with a red ribbon and her beautiful eyes were mesmerizing. Her every frown and smile gave off an amorous attraction. It was as though this woman was a flower in full bloom. Extremely eye-catching. Many of the cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed in their hearts, "What a seductive woman!" Their eyes were fixed relentlessly on this woman like leeches biting into flesh. They secretly swallowed nervously. Yang Kai had only gotten a brief glimpse earlier, so he didn't think much about the bloodlight scripture. Now that he was calmly focusing on comprehending it though, he quickly realized that the bloodlight scripture was not obscure or difficult to understand. Strictly speaking, that only applied for the first chapter. There was no way for him to know how difficult the rest would be. Nevertheless, It was not difficult for a person to comprehend the mysteries of the Bloodlight Scriptures first chapter as long as one's heritage and comprehension abilities were not too poor. Focusing his mind, Yang Kai concentrated harder. Time passed little by little. More and more people gradually stood up from under the steel to head towards the location of the first small island. One after another, they successfully stepped foot on the island. Moreover, the number of people who succeeded was not small. Be that as it may, the number of cultivators gathered around the monument continued to increase steadily. That was because more and more people were arriving here. These people had clearly heard about the news and rushed over to get a piece of the pie. By the time Yang Kai thoroughly comprehended the Bloodlight Scriptures first chapter and was confident that he would have no problem circulating the secret art, half a day had already passed. He slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see Chu Huashang turning to look at him from where she sat beside him. Chu Huashang was obviously taken aback. "You finished so quickly?" After all, she herself had only just come to a thorough understanding of the Bloodlight Scriptures first chapter. She could not compare with the great Thousand Bloodland disciple who already had a profound heritage in the Tao of Blood. She might be one of the core disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but like Yang Kai, she had never dabbled in the Tao of Blood before. Therefore she could not compete with the great Thousand Bloodland disciple who held a unique advantage since she had to start from zero. It was just that she had already begun comprehending the Bloodlight Scripture before Yang Kai arrived, so she did not expect to finish at the same time as him. However, she was not surprised when she recalled his extraordinary performance in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Pursing her lips into a coquettish smile, she commented, "It's not a good thing for men to finish too fast." Yang Kai's expression darkened at those words. "Has this woman gotten addicted to teasing me?" He irritably replied to her teasing, "Would you like to try?" Her eyes lit up and her expression changed. "Really?" Feeling ashamed, Yang Kai quickly waved his hand to dismiss the notion. "No." He looked away only to see that Bu Lianzhong and the others were still comprehending with their eyes closed. Just as he was wondering whether he should talk to them, Bu Lianzhong's eyes opened. Bu Lianzhong said, "Brother Yang, please go on ahead. We will catch up to you later." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case we will go ahead and wait for you there." Bu Lianzhong gave Chu Huashang a deep look and secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, remember not to trust anybody too easily." His words seemed to contain another hidden meaning behind them, causing the look in Yang Kai's eyes to flicker in response. Yang Kai smiled and nodded at him in acknowledgement. Afterward, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang came to the shore of the lake together. Looking around them, they saw many cultivators circulating the Bloodlight Scriptures first chapter on the surface of the lake. All of them were covered in a layer of blood chi as they carefully made their way across the blood water. Most of these people moved forward cautiously, lest they encountered something unexpected. Only a few of them walked confidently and soon came to the first island. Like the great Thousand Bloodland disciple from before, 3 round platforms would appear in front of each cultivator that stepped foot on the island. Each round platform would contain a monster core. Once one of the monster cores were taken, the remaining 2 monster cores would sink back into the ground along with the round platforms and vanish out of sight. A miserable cry suddenly rang out. One of the cultivators had stumbled for some reason, causing one of his legs to sink into the lake. Panicking, he reached out to grab at a companion beside him. His actions made his companion, who had also been extremely on edge, make a mistake. Thus, both of them lost their balance for a moment. The blood mist surrounding their bodies dissipated and they immediately fell into the lake. The tranquil blood lake was like a fierce beast that selectively devoured people. Not a single ripple would crease the calm surface of the lake under normal circumstances, but it reacted viciously when somebody fell into it. A blood wave surged and came crashing down. The 2 cultivators who made a mistake were swept into the blood lake and disappeared without even a single bubble emerging. Many people were horrified by the sight. The cultivators standing by the shore and preparing to make their attempt suddenly lost their courage to step forward onto the lake. They hesitated for a time, unable to make up their minds. Yang Kai said, "Let's find a spot with less people." Chu Huashang expressed her agreement. "Good." Although both of them had confidence in their respective abilities, they could not withstand the interference of others. Things would most likely end in tragedy for them if they were dragged down by a cultivator who stumbled like what happened in the situation just now. After searching around for some time, they soon arrived at a location with less people. Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang. Senior Sister Chu, be careful. Chu Huashang smiled sweetly, rest assured. If I sense that something is wrong, I will definitely drag you down into the water with me. Although we could not be born on the same day and year, we can always die together. We can be a pair of lovebird ghosts. I'm sure it'll be better than dying alone. Right, junior brother? Yang Kai sighed out loud as he commented, I never realized that you were such a vicious, cunning snake, Senior Sister Chu. I'm considering whether I should stay away from you. To which she giggled, it's too late. At the same time, she reached out her hand and grabbed his arm. She even pressed her ample bosom against him without hesitation, transmitting a sense of amazing elasticity to him. Before he could react, she jumped into the blood lake and pulled him in with her. Shocked and frightened, Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the first chapter of the bloodlight scripture to control the blood qi in his body according to the secret art that he had just learned.